property of matter. T minus 7 seconds.
Bill Nye the Science Guy. Bill Nye the Science Guy.
In your
Bill Nye the Science Guy. Bill Nye the Science Guy. Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Alright guys, now for a totally different change of pace. Oh man, I'm actually exhausted. I just turned in my thermo exam. Hope I passed. In other news, Death Shadow just won the GP. So we're gonna play some decks that probably hose Death Shadow, specifically but lose to everything else. That'll be fun. So I bring you Death's Justice. So I was kind of looking around for cards that I thought would interact positively with Death Shadow, and great, this didn't get saved. Okay, well, that was on my laptop when I built it, so that would do it. Good thing I put it on the Facebook page. Like how you pretend you could fail. You'd be surprised. It was a really hard test. It was 3 questions long, and he only was going to grade, the professor's only grading 2 of them. Didn't 8-Rack just throw the GP? One of the 8-Rack players did really well, but he did not win. Okay, so I have a couple ideas. Let me show you what I was thinking about. I was thinking, what are some spells, what are some things that interact nicely with Death's Shadow? I actually initially built a deck that just gained gratuitous amounts of life for the opponent, and then I realized it'd be bad against everything else. So I actually, something I've been meaning to brew but never have. Now there are other pros out there, or not that I'm a pro, but there are other Magic players out there that have tried to build around Scapeshift in other ways than traditional Scapeshift, like ramping into it. This is kind of like Jeskai Control with a green splash for Fiery Justice. And Scapeshift. Played some Spice today. Esper Dragons. Nice. Were you running the blue-blue counterspell? But this is what I was thinking of, so let me rebuild this on the stream. I also built an Esper Control. That could be fun. It's got a mana leak. And 2 Valakutes. Slumgar Scorn. Nice. You never lost against Shadow. 1 Taco Supreme. Yeah, Slumgar Scorn's cool. We tried to brew around Slumgar Scorn Balls McGee with Hakan and Nameless Inversion at one point. Were you running stuff like that? Nameless Inversion. We built a Gifts Dragons. I think it was going to be 4 Brings. 3 Cryptic. But that could change. Maybe we're going to go 4 Cryptic, 3 Bring to Light. I'm not sure what the split's going to be yet, but I'm just going off of the list I brewed earlier today. This is cool. I get to piece it together with you guys, and you can tell me how silly it looks, and then we'll win some games with it, because cards like Justice and Blessed Alliance interact really, really well with the Death Shadow deck. So if we're heavy on those cards, and a lot of people in the in the leagues are jamming this deck, could be kind of cool. It's actually the only reason I'm playing a Scapeshift deck, is because I wanted to see what decks we could slot both Blessed Alliance and Fiery Justice into. Now, I did build a really bad Naya deck with Fiery Justices and Alliances. But I think we're going to see an uptick of both of those cards. Or, excuse me, not an uptick of Fiery Justice. No. But this card, yes. We're going to see more players playing that card for sure. Snapcaster Mages, so we can flashback our Fiery Justices and make them gain even more life. Think about Blessed Alliance under the context of them swinging with a Goyf and a Shadow. If they're at 9 life, you kill the Shadow, right? Because, let's see. If they're at 9 life and you make them gain 4, the Shadow dies, and then they have to sacrifice the Tarmogoyf, right? Had a couple spell snares in it. Standard Esper Control, I was running 4 Ojitais, Dragonlord Slumgars. Oh, interesting. Well, I'll have to show you, Balls McGee, then the Hakan Nameless Inversion Esper we were built. Of course, we're going to have paths. I wanted to sing like a Jeskai Control, but I wanted to dance like a Scapeshift deck. Does that make sense? You guys got what I'm throwing down? Also, Kedler, by throw I mean he missed 2 triggers, which would have won the game. Ooh, I missed that. Well, I was kind of studying the whole time, so I couldn't actually watch as much as I wanted to. Do I not have Floodits right now? What? Oh, I spelled it wrong. You're picking up what I'm throwing down? Yeah, because they count as dragons. Smelling what I'm stepping in. Does that make sense, guys? So, Nameless Inversion is a changeling spell, so it'll count as a dragon. You can reveal it as a dragon. Which is kind of really weird, but kind of cool at the same time. Catching what I'm slinging. Alright, guys. I built an Esper deck of my own design tonight. But I don't know if we're going to get to that. I think I want to focus on showing this deck, because this one I'm most excited about, because, one, I don't think I've played Scapeshift outside of Legacy. Don't ask. No, ask, please. It's a fun question. I'm happy to answer that. I can just see how tired I am, though, and how I'm liking this typing. Red Splash for Thunder Breaks and K-Commands. There you go. Oh, I also finished the Wizards deck we brewed last week. If you guys want to see that. I got the other missing pieces. It was just missing that one card. If you guys want to see that. Rest in Pieces. Stonies. Now we're talking about the sideboard. And you get to run some cool bullets like Shatterstorm. I was going to run a Thrun, but I changed my mind. I'm going to try like a Huntmaster or a Baloth, because there's an uptick of Lily. Yes, I was playing Scapeshift in Legacy. It was Nick Shift Scape Fit. And it was a blast. So the hard part is figuring out the mana base for this jank. Because, like, we're not like traditional Shift or even traditional Bring to Light Shift, which would be trying to ramp via... the only reason I'm going to run a Forest is because against some matchups I could see us pathing our own Snapcaster, build your own rampant growth. I mean, we could run like a Cinderglade, but I don't think we need it. We got 10 mountains. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Maybe that is what I should have put in for your walkers. Oh, you know what? Since you're here, Balls McGee, I actually might just be... If this crashes and burns, I'm probably just going to build your deck on stream and play it. Because we really need to get through the rest of the not invoices. What's the word I'm looking for? The rest of the subscriber deck lists. Balls McGee, you're at the top of the list in my opinion. You've waited very patiently. There's a couple other people that have waited very patiently, but you always seem to show up. So that's definitely. Oh, I was only going to run 3 Justice. Only 3. Such justice. All right, so 2 Valakut. Those enter tap, so we'll put them in the ones. These are going to go here. I had 26 lands in this list, I think. What am I missing? Breeding Pool? Pool and mountain. It needs 1 basic mountain. Perks? Yeah, like that's a... Yeah. Benefits, perks, whatever you want to call it. Hope we don't get Blood Mooned. Oh boy. Oh boy. It had some more 2s in it. It didn't curve like this. It had a nicer curve when I built it. Remand. I kid you not, it had a more... Oh, I was only running 25 lands. What did I cut? What did we cut? Let me just maximize this so I can see what's going on. 2 Stompings, 4 Steam, 3 Sacreds. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Mountain. What about Ancestral? I don't really... I don't know about these Remands. I feel like Remand's in a not good spot right now. You know? So I'm kind of iffy on those at all. So what did I mess up? What am I running too much of? Island, Forest. Did I cut the basic Forest? Yeah. So that does take me off the ability of pathing our Snapcaster to ramp us. That's dangerous. It might be correct for me to cut a fetch. For example, Flooded Strand can't get Stomping Ground. So that makes it the weaker of the 2 fetches. So we could do that. Just run 7 fetch. until we figure out the mana base fully. Let's flesh out the sideboard. I mean, I've been meaning to brew with Bring Blight for a while now. I think we tried at one point. It didn't turn out good. Didn't turn out well. Cryptic is meh right now. Yeah, I believe that. And I also think it's going to be hard to pull off in this 4-color nonsense. I also had the Nahiri package in this thing at one point. I think I kind of want to stretch, though, the deck, the archetype a little bit here. And I also want to be brewing in mind a Death Shadow. Hence why we're so heavy on Alliances and Justices. And I think we'll, like, steal games from other decks, too. I mean, Justice is like a board sweeper against some decks for 3 mana. But more flexible than, like, say, Anger the Gods, which I think I'm running one for... we've seen a lot of Abzan Coco Cabana come back. So kind of a smattering of spells and creatures out of the board we can grab. Like a random Crumble might be cool. Maybe a Shatterstorm for Affinity might be sweet. There are other decks we can Shatterstorm. I mean, I would definitely Shatterstorm a Lantern player. That'd be fun. And then I've got a Wrath. And what else we got? I was going to try a Staticaster. It's an uptick of Lingering Souls right now, so I think Staticaster's sweet. Alright, so that's a 75. So let's go ahead and make this into the deck list. The deck command, so to speak. And then we're going to play this thing. And if we hate it, you know what? I've got your deck already kind of queued up, Balls McGee, so I'm sure people would love to see it. But yeah, I don't think Cryptic, I don't think Remand are great right now. I think Spell Snare's fine. Alright, so deck command updated. Let's jam a game in the practice room just to see. I mean, I went on MTGO Wiki. Now, this might be even more pronounced in paper, but if you search Shadow, people are giving the deck a try. Oops. People are definitely giving the deck a try, and it only had one printing. Yeah. So let's look at the graphs. So this would have been August. It was up here. And then it's kind of really come down right about in here. And of course today, shooting up. Oh, I'm sure it is going to be popular. That's what I'm counting on, Zero. Because Justice is interesting. So Justice would also, much like the Blessed Alliance, although the Blessed Alliance will do it for 4 mana because you have to escalate it. This deck, in theory, has 7 ways to do that. So in other words, if you Fiery Justice a Death Shadow player, they'd likely lose the Death Shadow, and then you also maybe kill their other threat. It's a 2-for-1. Against a lot of other decks, it's not a 2-for-1. Okay, it could be. It depends. Yeah, let's jam. I think it's lowercase. Emotes. I think it's lowercase. I'm just excited to play Bring to Light. I think it's a fun tutor. Let's give this a try. It's got land drops. Here's the thing. Like, we're a 26 land deck. I'm not running any ramp spells at all. I'm just not. So we have to count to 7 naturally. Which, in fairness, I don't think is impossible for a control deck as long as you built in enough late game potential. Ways to get there. So we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I just wanted to relax with you guys after turning in that thermo test. It really wiped me out. So I mean, this hand has all of the colors. I mean, this is the kind of deck where it's going for quality over quantity. We're kind of hoping that we have the right tools. Could easily fall on its face. I'm hoping that the Bring to Light's flexibility really helps out. I mean, I could see a board state of, let's say they have like a Lily and they have a Death Shadow. I could see Bring to Lighting for Fiery Justice. Let them gain the 5 life, kill the Shadow in turn, and then Justice the Liliana dead. But yeah, do you guys see what I'm talking about? Blessed Alliance, I did a lot of research, actually, when I was first brewing. I even looked at some, like, weird, like, you know, opponent gain life. Like, I was looking at, like, walls. I was looking at, frickin' Roar of Jukai. But yeah, Wall of Shards is cumulative upkeep. They gain life, so they gain more and more life. And then your deck just needs to have a way to win that doesn't involve, like, either infinite damage or infect, etc. There's a couple ways you can win with your opponent gaining gratuitous amounts of life. Those are just a couple of them. I don't know, door to nothingness? Anyway. But then you also get to run things like Kavu Predator, and then, you know, too bad we can't run Invigorate. That would be actual nuts, right? But yeah, you'd run like Grove of the Burn Willows. I actually considered Burn Willows for this deck, but you have very limited... This guy's not going to show. That sucks because that was a sweet opening hand. That was a sweet opening hand. White Infect? Yeah. Does that make sense, though? So what we're trying to do here... I'm just trying out some new... You know, some spells that... Ooh. Better. This hand looks like Jeskai Control. Please be living Enderman. Man's so good in that match. So good. Yeah, Remain's good there too. For sure. Why is that so tempting to remand? Gosh, that's really tempting for me to remand. So what gets us into all our colors? If I... Breeding Pool? Pool? I guess Pool? Because we also want to be working our way towards Cryptic. Oh, we drew the white source anyway. There you go. So this can get another blue source, so we'll have Cryptic mana. Ah, he had the forest. You got me. You got me. So Chromatic Star, the reveal. Hey, we went for it. We went for it. Got punished. Happens. Like, the other line we could have done was bolt, and then this should be snap bolting. I mean, if it's a worm coil, we're fine. Explore. Okay. Hope you guys are having a good night, morning, evening, whatever it might be. Glad to have you. Of course we draw that after. Glad to have you here on the show. This Remain's going to be pretty good. Map. Okay. Opponent will have drawn. Yeah, I don't know, Ike. I think one of these snaps gets aggressive. Like, I think we go snap bolt. And the only difference between how we sequenced it was we'd be... Let's see, blue, blue. I wish I had another breeding pool here, but I don't. Probably just get Fountain. Paladin, I'm playing a brew. It's, I mean, I'm calling it Death's Justice just because it's running a lot of cards that should hose the Death Shadow deck, but, honestly, it's kind of just a Bring to Light. It's my take on Bring to Light. There's not many things I get to counter with the snare. I'll just go ahead and fire it off. Yes, there's Sylvan Scrying, but... kind of just holding on, hoping that he plays a Worm Coil. If he plays anything else, we have to remand it and pray for a Cryptic. Is this wormy? 6 minutes. It's a planar bridge. That's a problem. This is a Fiery Justice deck. You went to GP Brisbane. Nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just need Escape Shift and we win. I'm guessing he's playing the bridge again. What's my payoff for Fiery Justice? Nothing. It's just a 2-for-1 the Death Shadow deck that won the GP. Nothing that fancy. Poison Dragon. I wanted to brew a deck around Justice, and I thought this might be a fine shell because Bring to Light Escape Shift's normally this color combination anyway. It's blue plus a hint of white, red, and green. But ideally, both of these spells could have the potential to 2-for-1 a Death Shadow deck. Like if you're escalating against the Death Shadow deck, you make them gain the 4 life, and then they sacrifice an attacking creature. What's nice is they're going to gain the 4 life first. I don't have a way to counter this. Hope he's getting something not so powerful. Hope he just gets a Worm Coil. That'd be sweet. We can beat that. Getting their snaps. Go. You know what would win here? Tribal Flames. Alright, so he's going to bridge. He's going to bridge into Ulamog. Alright, so we win if. This is a we win if scenario. Have I also fetched up too many mountains? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mountains left in the deck. Shoot. There's still planes in the deck. Yeah, Poison Dragon. So I did brew a deck that was using... I can show it to you. It's terrible. Naya Justice. Justice. Unless this didn't save either. I built all of these decks on my laptop, so this is not saved either. But yeah, it was a Justice deck with Kavu, Grove, a couple other tools, boxy kind of things. Kind of neat things. It's neat that you can just do this at any time. You don't even need to do this during your turn, buddy. You just do this in my end step. Thought not? Ha. You can have nothing. Come on, can we just rip the Bring the Light or the Scape Shift off the top? That would be glorious. I think I left just enough mountains in the deck. We've left 7. Well, it doesn't matter. He's at 4. We don't even have to get that many triggers. We just have to trigger the Valakut. Oh, I said I was going to crack this to thin. For the basic planes. Yeah. Shapeshift? Oh! Oh! Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Doesn't matter if we play the Tarn or not. I have a license to brew. Okay, now he's doing it. Sweet Lord! It's an Ulamog. I like that, Ike. You should quote that. A license to brew. Whoa! Prime time. Whoa. I mean, we're not dead to this. Puts us low, but we're not dead. We still could win with a top deck shift. Come on, top deck shift. Come on, Bring the Light, shift off the top. Or Cryptic into that play. Oh, you just hardcast Emrakul? That'll do it too. Yeah. Okay. Why didn't you put the Emrakul in? Why are you being cutesy over there? Must have been in his hand. Okay, Snapcaster, but no Cryptic. Oh, we weren't going to get there. No, we were not. Okay. Let's start the sideboarding. So, what do we have for Tron? We have some bullets. We got some cool things we can do for Tron. Stonies, for sure. Negate is good. Archmage and Crumble. Other than that, I don't really want Justice. Alliance maybe can stay some number of Alliance, but they're not great. All this other stuff's fine. I don't think we need... I mean, do we want these? We saw Thought Not Seer. Yeah. Oh, he's got an Emmy in there. So you cut one card. You can cut an Alliance. They're not great. I mean, a lot of his creatures, if they get to attack, we're in trouble. So now I really don't like how it curves. Look at this. It's like we have no 3s, but we have a bunch of 2s and 1s. Yeah, Bridge does seem sweet. I mean, maybe I should just run the Shatterstorm, even though it's not great. You're listening to the Potter Waltz on the Complete Harry Potter selection. Excuse me, collection. Yeah, I mean, Shatterstorm is maybe better than another Alliance. I don't know. I mean, paths, at least we can, like, path our own snaps to ramp if we need to. Alright, let's go. The old 2-lander. But it's got a negate, but we're not on the draw. Seems a little better. It's got a Stony. I mean, it's not better. It's a 2-lander as well, but it's got a sideboard card. Granted, the other hand was a 2-lander with a sideboard card, but... I mean, we're running 26. Bottom that. So this is going to get Hollowed Fountain. Because we don't want to fetch out our mountains too quickly. You know? It's something I'll definitely have to learn. So we do get to stop this Chromatic Star dead cold. Cold and dead. Dead and cold. Actually, because we just drew the Flooded Strand, I actually could get the basic planes. Basically. A lot of your deck doesn't work anymore. Oh, you know what else is good against the Death Shadow deck, potentially, if they run... Well, the problem is you have to... I don't know if it runs many artifacts or enchantments is the issue, but I was looking at like Nature's Claim as well as a way to gain your opponent life. That's another thought. That's another thought. It's the controller. You know, so this is opponents gain life, opponents gain life, opponents gain life. You got weird cards like Roar of Jukai. You can find a way to splice it, so you could run like Roar of Jukai plus shoals, like the green shoal or the white shoal. Then you splice it, and you dice it. You know, any of the shoals would work with that. Anyway, just some thoughts I had. Yes, you have another Chromatic Star. I get it. I get it. We get it. Does my opponent's deck run whale? I'm not sure. I love that we're hitting these land drops, though. It's perfect. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to continue thinning. I mean, we want to draw... We want to draw lands, actually. There's a Valakut. Yeah, we want to hit 7. Scrying. Yeah, I think it's better just to try to keep him off it. I think I actually should get the breeding pool here. That's another source that's not... So we're going to exile one of these strands as well. We're going to do X is 2. No, hang on. Weird. Why does it say X is 2? Did they break Logic Knot? Look at that. Initial cost. Excuse me, initial... No, I'm just not paying the blue. That's what it is. So X is 2. It's just another, you know, tired moment. Logic Knot does indeed work properly. I love it as a one-of in these grindy blue decks. I think it's really underestimated. A lot of players will purposely wait a turn to play around Mana Lake, but they're not going to be thinking about the Knot. They don't think about Knot. Okay, so do we bring to light and just blow up his Tron land? I think we do. Because we got green, white, red, blue, and then the other color won't matter. So we could get an island here. Doesn't matter what we get. So island, bring to light, blow up his plant, power plant. Could also get the Hallowed Fountain there. Oh, I love toolboxes. Yes, please. Yeah, blue, red, green, perfect. And then it all came crumbling down. Yeah, I'll go for plant. It's just a guess. We're just guessing. I mean, he might have whale. I hope he doesn't have whale. If he has whale, maybe we're screwed. Oh, it didn't matter which we guessed. Panharmonicon Fog. Okay. Oh, man, he's got an Iona in this thing. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, I was a Gifts player for years. There you go. Nice to see her in another deck. Criminally underrated card. So he's got Promised End Emrakul, regular Emrakul, some Ugins. This looks sweet. E-Witness, Slime. But yeah, it's like, yeah, it's Mono Greentron. Kool-Aid says you wouldn't be able to respond because I'm paying a cost. There's the Harmonicon. So we should try to hang on to this Snapcaster because we might be snapping the Bring to Light to kill him, which is really, really cool functionality. I didn't even think about that. But we might be doing that play. Snap, Bring to Light. Let's see if our Valakut math is on the dot. It's on the money. I'm not going to crack this, I think. Well, with the bolt, it's on the money. And that's the only reason I would want to bolt here is if we draw land because it's going to be 18, correct? Oh, path. Okay. I can't do something weird like snap. We don't have enough mana to... Well, if I had enough mana to snap Bring, it'd be over anyway. This path is no good. I have no other snap to path. Go. We're so close. We're so close. Stony totally saved the day. These not working was a bigger deal than we might even realize. I mean, he'd be 2 whole cards deeper by now. I don't know if these are necessary, though, if you're mono green Tron. Like, you don't really need the fixing, right? There we go. He's dead, right? Yeah, we do need the full 7 mana. He's dead, Jim, right? Snap Crumble, says Thidget. We could have Snap Crumbled, you're right. But I kind of want to do this instead. You know? Kind of want to do this instead. Guys, it's been a long time since I've scape shifted. Let's see if I don't punt this. Might have already punted. For the justice. So let's look at what's in the deck. I mean, we've got... I should have fetched first before I went for the snap. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mountains and another Valakut. Yeah, we got plenty. Yeah, he's dead. He's dead. As long as I don't mess that part up. Bring the shift. Cast the shift. Leave this Valakut. We're gonna... Well, wait. Hang on a second. So... Are we just doing the 18? Because if we're just doing the 18, we leave this Valakut and we swap out everything else for 6 mountains, right? I think that's the correct combination for when you're on 7 lands. If we were on 8, that's when you can grab the second Valakut and you turn up the heat to 36, correct? Right, because this Valakut's going to see 6 mountains and we'll get 6 triggers and he's dead. So we had one more mountain than we would need here to kill, right? Can I yes to all these? That would be sweet. He's dead, Jim. Okay, now that we've seen what he's up to, do we change gears? Didn't really see anything for Dispel, did we? If it wasn't a practice game, I definitely would have taken a snapshot of his deck. Nothing that was purgeable. Nothing worth angering, or... I don't even think I necessarily want these, although... you could consider the Wrath. He doesn't have any counter magic, I don't think. He really should be running that Eldrazi Charm. I call it Eldrazi Charm, obviously it's Warping Whale, but he should definitely consider Eldrazi Charm. I mean, do we have other cards that do 0 things? If we have other things that do 0 things, we should swap them. But yeah, with such a high land count, what are we, 25, 26, 25? The deck is doing a decent job naturally drawing its lands. Question, how much better is this compared to just a regular blue splash shift? Good question. Good question. Not necessarily better. No ramp spells at all, Superstar. None whatsoever. Nope. I think we just run it back. I mean, these don't really do anything though. The Blessed Alliances don't do anything. Whereas maybe Wrath is good. Or you just put all the threats in. I mean, like, that's a threat. He really should have Eldrazi Charm though. Did we really not see that? Superstar says no ramp. Nope. Not really. I actually kind of do want a Wrath. I don't think we're going to need it, but... Yeah. Not really running any ramp, Superstar. Just trying to get there the old-fashioned way. What was the other deck I was going to maybe show you guys tonight? I think it was called Esper Teachings. But that wouldn't have shown up because I brewed it on my laptop. Oh, keep. It's got Stony. It's got Stony, can't lose. 4 lands? Awesome. Incoming Witchbane? I hope not. I have not played Esper Gifts with Barrel. What about Storm with Barrel? Storm with Barrel makes sense to me because you need other... Oh, he just says Natural Tron. Well, that's a problem. That's a problem. That's not good. It's not good, boys. When we were on the play, this was good. Now it's not good. He has no play? What? 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 That's weird. Isn't that a little bizarre to you? It's weird to me. That he has no play? That's so weird. Isn't that weird? That's super weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One more land. We need to find one more land. I like it though because it's like we get more action into the deck. Like, here's the trade-off. So if you're going to play a shift with lots and lots of ramp spells, like, you're trying to be more explosive, but the format's so explosive anyway, I don't even think you're necessarily that much... You're not really faster, even with all the ramp spells you could shove into this thing, you know? Granted, I have only... My experience with Scapeshift is mostly, you know, Legacy, so I don't really have too much to... Is that a Kitchen Finks that we care about? I don't really care about the Kitchen Finks, do we? Kind of want to just ignore that. I mean, we weren't killing him at 18 anyway, you know? Let's go get the breeding pool. Like, we weren't going to be killing him on an 18 damage Valakut anyway, you know? So... I think I'll just play the basic mountain. So... No, you still play Tarn there because I think there's one more land we can search if it doesn't screw over our Valakut for 36. I think so. Oh, for sure, Superstar. I mean, maybe his plan is just to kill us with the Kitchen Finks, and I've taken out plenty of my answers to it. So, like, when do we start firing off these brings to try to take him off Tron, right? Maybe I was supposed to do it last turn even, you know? Like, when do we switch over from sitting on Cryptic to casting brings as just value, you know? So if I play the steam vents, we'll have... If I play the steam vents, I'm going to have... Yeah, if we play the, just crumble him, says Thidget. Yeah. Might be correct. I've got one more island to search up. Maybe we can take several more hits from a kitchen finks, right? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. So if we can live a little longer, we get to 36 him. So why don't we just sit on the Cryptic and the Mana Lake, and the next turn we play the Vents and kill him? Well, okay, we don't kill him if he does have the Warping Whale. My hope is he taps out for a bunch of stuff. Uh-oh. Well, that's a problem. We just lose here if he knows what he's doing. He'll bring to light for shift. Yeah. So if he knows what he's doing, he'll bring to shift and make it so that we lose. That's what I would do. Is this why we should have crumbled? Yeah, I forgot he had a promised end in the list. It's okay. It's a good lesson to learn in the practice room. What's up, Stone Ice? What's up, Captain? It's been a while, friend. We'll see if he knows. Scapeshift is indeed up to. And you can fail to find on it all sorts of janky, wonderful things he could do to us. I mean, even just losing the whole turn here is a big deal, but if he knows what he's doing, he'll bring to light, grabbing the Scapeshift, sacrifice all our lands. They do, Superstar. There are really few good ways to handle the Eldrazi. I mean, even if you have something like Trick Bind, you're still looking at 2 spells to answer 1 spell. You're looking at, oh, maybe he doesn't see the trick. I don't know if I have another white source to grab here. No, we do. We do have a Sacred Foundry he can get. Why fail to find when he can just scape shift to lethal us, says Thidget. Well, he didn't get a white source. He did not get a white source, so maybe he doesn't see it. I think we barely have enough mountains left to kill him, though. Right? So the mountain's already in play, and 3... So all I've got left is 3 Sacred Foundries, 1 Steam Vents, another Valakut, and 2 Stomping Grounds. That should be enough, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the other Valakut. Yeah, he definitely had us dead. I don't know why he didn't just kill us. Yep, scape shift targeting us would win there. But Magic is complicated, and sometimes it's not. I'm not even saying that sarcastically about our opponent. Like, sometimes it's just strange. She's going to bolt us, but that doesn't kill us. Hopefully motor doesn't glitch. Close. If I consider Worldly Council, Moz, I have. I remember listening to, I think it was Jeff Hooglin who said that the Worldly Council wasn't all that great. A lot of the time, it just feels like an Anticipate. The only time that it's a slightly better Anticipate if you have the full domain. It's actually a worse Anticipate if you don't have 3 land types just yet. But again, I haven't tested it myself. So I think we just sacrifice. I think we just sacrifice everything except the Valakut, right? And again, that might be incorrect. We're about to find out. We should run Tribal Flames. There you go. That's another domain card. I think I sacrificed one too many. Yes. There is not another mountain. So now we say that we don't want to pay 2 life a million times. And that, my friends, is a lot of triggers. Okay. He had us dead though. He could have been the one to cast that scape shift. Alright, so we took down Greentron. Poison says you have 6 selected and 2 Valakut. Yeah, so it's 36. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 times 3 is 36. Cool. This is a great piece of art. See, those guys are standing at the bottom of the volcano, watching it erupt, realizing just how screwed they are. That's how I always feel when somebody scape shifts me. Like, yeah, I'm pretty screwed. So there you go. So I'm done with this deck for tonight, I guess. I was hoping to run up against the Death Shadow deck to kind of show you how Fiery Justice and Blessed Alliance works in that matchup. Why don't I just go ahead and show you, let's see. Balls McGee, are you still here, my friend? Snap Tribal Flames could be sweet. Tribal Flames, Snap Tribal Flames is 10 damage if you have all different land types. That's pretty good. What happened? Didn't opponent cast Bring to Light? No, he only cast it for 3 colors, Feldegriff. He made a mistake. He only cast it for 3 colors. If he cast it for 4, he would have won. I don't know how expensive it would be to build your deck, though. Let's find out. So this is a Walker's list. Now, typically these Walker lists were based around... this is Balls McGee's stipulation. I mean, it's not a stipulation. It's his sub deck, his subscription deck. Anytime you guys sub to my channel, or excuse me, the first time you sub to the channel, and then every time that you re-up your subscription, I'll play your deck on stream, and we'll brew it together and kind of... Okay. Yeah, so he built it around deploy the gatewatch. But go ahead, Balls McGee. Why don't you take the floor here while I build this in the background? So this is Balls' deck. Balls' deck? Is that how you say the It's McGee's deck. So I need a Johnny Unyielding. They are not too bad. I think I have one Gideon. We need a second Gideon. I don't have any deploy the gate watches. That's a crime. Why don't I? Why is this card, like, not worth anything, either? I mean, I understand that it's a fringe card, but it's still, like, super fun, right? It's gotta be a fun card. It's not even a quarter of a ticket. I don't have any Tamio field researchers. Three. Sorin, Grim Nemesis, I might have. I don't think so, though. Oh, I do have a Grim Nemesis. Oh, that's right, we had that one Mardudu deck. That's why I would have a random Sorin. Oh man, you didn't want people to have fun. There's a Thrun in your sideboard. No fun for opponents. I need a second breeding pool. Don't think I have a second one. Honestly, this deck could use a second breeding pool too. It's pretty bare bones. We kind of got away with it. This deck probably should have a second breeding pool. But let's open up a new copy. This is Balls McGee's list. What were you calling this thing? Just walkers? Appreciate you, Balls McGee, for subbing. This is me showing my appreciation to you in the form of a deck brew session, just the two of us, and by just the two of us I mean you, me, and everybody else in the chat. It's got a Narset. I think I have a Narset. I may have a bunch of like random walkers. Like I like Planeswalkers for sure. I'm more of a spellcaster, but I can get into. I don't have a canopy right now, do I? I can get into Planeswalkers. You played Legacy Mardu Walkers. You get a 3-0, nice. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I have this Tamio. No, no Dark Imitation. I had some Bolas on here at one point. Anyway. I'm just kind of jumping around the list, just trying to flesh it out as I see the cards. So forgive me if it's kind of jumping around a little bit. So we're using Arbor Elf. He was arguing, or Balls was arguing for Arbor Elf because we're running Utopia Sprawls. Which, Utopia Sprawl is sweet. Fidget says, oh man, if I get Spy to play a deck by subbing, that's awesome. I may send my Twitch Prime sub here once I wish, Fidget. So, it's not through Twitch. And there's a reason for that. A couple different reasons. One, I actually prefer the Game Wisp interface. It's not the biggest reason, but it really makes it easy for me to keep up and keep on track fidget with what everybody's got. I've got 10 decks. I've got 10 brew sessions we haven't done yet, although half of the people haven't submitted their deck lists, so I'm going to send some reminders to those guys. TJ, where's your deck list, man? But as far as these guys, Bill Nye, Lizards of the Toast, Balls McGee, Coolius, and Kyria. Kyria, I thought we did your list. No, we didn't. I apologize. It is the Lightning Coils deck. We have not done that yet. It is hard to bolt a Utopia Sprawl. Does that make sense? It's not a Twitch sub. It's a GameWisp sub. But it's really easy to manage. For example, Lizards of the Toast is waiting on me to do all 3 of his things. Anyway. Hey, Utopia Sprawl's cool. I have some. Oops, I was trying to pull this up. So, what else am I missing? I mean, I wasn't sure, Balls McGee, if anybody would show up, and I wasn't sure if I was going to be doing some live brew-tastic sessioning. Brew sessioning. Bro sessioning with you. I wasn't sure. Got those. Don't have an Ugin, for sure. Don't have a Eugene. Give me an Ugin. Can we, like, stick a Haven of the Spirit Dragon in this thing? No. Not worth it. So, Ugin is... Wow! Really? Guys, you should buy Ugin. That's a crime. He's 6 tickets? How much is Karn? What's going on? Yeah. Meanwhile, Karn is like 26, 30 tickets. Eugene is only 6 tickets. That's a crime. That's crazy. Card is bonkers. Anyways. Card is good. Does anybody else have questions about what the hell GameWisp is? Anybody? Happy to answer questions if that's holding you back from us doing a deck list for you live on stream. I'd love to do it. And just so everybody who's already subbed once knows, when you resub, I'll do it again. So I think that's just fair. I think all too often, like, I've subbed and resubbed the channels, and it's like you don't really get anything new necessarily. You just get their appreciation, and they're like, oh, well, thanks for resubbing, man. That's cool. But it's like, you don't get anything. It's like, what? But I just paid you money. Shouldn't I get something? Those are just my thoughts. I'm not trying to pick on any other streamer in particular. That's just my perspective on... Oh, there's a Jason this thing? My perspective on the whole thing is like, you know, I'm trying to put myself in your shoes, and I subbed to somebody the other day, and I was very happy with my sub, you know? Deploy the Gatewatch is a better combo with not one-ofs. I mean, I'm sure Balls McGee took that into consideration. I think at the end of the day, I think he even told me, like, he just wanted to have fun with it. I'm not sure exactly at what expense, you know. I think he just wanted to play some walkers. I mean, we'll try to make it competitive, sure. We can try to make it or not to make it competitive, excuse me. To make it more competitive, we can try. I mean, I think the first thing would probably make it more like a Ponza deck with all the Death Shadow running around now. Probably just turning it into a Blood Moon deck would up the power level a little bit. There's a Sorin in this thing. Is an Emrakul for the Nahiris. That would make sense. So is the Gavany just for the elves, the Arbor Elves? Do we have some of our walkers making dudes? The township seems a little out of place, maybe. But, I mean, it makes sense with Elspeth. I do have an Elspeth. She's sweet. I remember there was a standard not too long ago where she was just dominating. That was relatively recent. Oath. If you guys haven't played with Oath, it's actually a lot of fun even outside of Standard. Well, I've messed around with all three of these different types of Oath, but Green Oath is interesting. It's almost like Ponder for green. People have argued that it's kind of like a green Ponder. Obviously, it's no Ponder, but I mean, it's some of the nicest cantripping that that green has ever seen. It's a form of cantrip, right? I mean, you could do like what Craig Wesco did with this thing, which was he was like, you know, blinking it. Nicobolus Nissas. Oh, you have Nissa in here. Okay. Makes tokens via Nissa. I'm with you now. This thing's kind of got a wonky curve, right? We got some 3s, and we have 4s and a 5, and I'm just going to do that. So the Nissas are making tokens. I'm with you. 2 planes. Bear with me. Yeah, Tron plus Big Walkers is something else. I think Balls McGee talked about that briefly. I've seen some players try that, for sure. Best green cantrips, Ancient Stirrings. Ancient Stirrings is also very good. Ancient Stirrings is also very good. I think Ancient Stirrings, though, has more deck building restrictions than Oath of Nissa does. Oath of Nissa has fewer deck restrictions because it's creature, land, planeswalker, whereas Ancient Stirrings is colorless. Now, granted, there's a lot of different colorless cards out there. You know, there's colorless creatures, colorless walkers, colorless. Obviously, all the lands are going to be colorless, so you know, and it does dig deeper. So, yeah, I mean, they do different things. Maybe we should build a deck that's Oath of Nissa and Ancient Stirrings. What about Flip Nissa? Oh, I'm just trying to see what I'm missing from his lift, David, and then we can go from there. I might not even change all that much. Now, this isn't necessarily, this question I'm about to ask isn't necessarily directed just at subs. One bird. 5 forests. Okay. This isn't just directed at the people that are already subbing. If I was to add another tier, another level, so on GameWisp you can add different levels of subscription. If I was to add a different level of subscription and make pretty much the only difference, I might add something else to it, but the big difference between the lower subscription and the higher subscription would be not only do we brew the deck on stream, but I actually take it to a league. Would you guys be interested in that? It's something I was talking about with some of my mods. Is that something you guys would be interested in? My wife plays Walkertron. Nice. So what are we missing? 2 stomping grounds? Ike says, I love the idea. It wouldn't be anything all that creative. I mean, I really would just probably take the same shell for the subscription at the $5 level and then just bump up the cost because it is expensive to play a league. It is. Even with the sponsorship helping me get us into different decks, we already have the rest in pieces Stonies. Even with the sponsorship from Card Hoarder, it's still hard for me to afford to play all these events. So that's kind of where you guys come in with the Patreon. We're kind of, I wouldn't say we're moving completely away from the Patreon. I still want to have the Patreon do different features. I still want the Patreon to be where I submit videos, articles, and music. Because that's kind of hard to pull off through something like GameWisp. GameWisp is easy. It's easy to pull. Like the benefits I have set up, they're the ones that are easiest to pull off through it. The custom bot command, adding you guys to my friends lists, plural. I might even add Steam to this if you guys want to be Steam friends too. Like these are all things that I can do through GameWisp very easily. Patreon's good for like sharing links privately, stuff like that, and putting up video content. If that makes sense. So if you guys are part of my Patreon team, don't freak out. I'm not getting rid of it just because I'm trying out Game Wisp. That was not the plan. What are we missing? Anger? Oh, I don't care if it's that's part of the that's why one of my mods suggested that, because they said even if the deck's awful, it doesn't matter. You know, we're still gonna recoup some of the losses on tickets and still be able to play the next guy's brew and then the next guy's brew. You know, I think Blessed is great right now. I think, although we were messing around with Fiery Justice, I think this is the most feasible 2-for-1 against the Death Shadow decks. Why? If you escalate it and you make them gain 4 and then make them sacrifice the other creature, it's a 2-for-1. Potentially. Obviously, if their life total is really low, then it's not. But then again, if their life total is really low, maybe we're just a Lightning Bolt deck. I'd love to be playing a tuned Jeskai control right now, or an Esper control. I think that Blessed Alliance really is the bee's knees. I think this could come out of left field and really shake things up. I think if you're thinking of playing Modern right now, this is the card. Only one defense grid? Okay. 2 Angers, 2 Blesseds, 2 Moons, 1 grid, 2 ley lines. We were just talking about Moon. Why not just main deck it? Did a Baloth Blessed felt better on Moto? Fair enough. What am I missing? It's got to be lands, right? 2 planes, 4... It's not a land deck, is it? ...21 lands, 9 creatures. 9 creatures. The rest are spells. What am I missing? Probably just some of the walkers. There should be 2 Gideons. Alright, that's the first mistake. Did I not put the Elspeth in? Yes, I did. Didn't I? No, I didn't. Okay. Fair enough. I thought we put her in. I have been trying expertise decks, yes, and what I found is that they're difficult. The one that did the best, Fidget, was Grizzlebrains. You can find that on the Facebook page. I'll pull it up here for you, though. The stream Facebook. I thought I had that pulled up. So the Grizzlebrains list, this one right here, was probably the best expertise deck we've brewed so far. In order to enable the Kari Zev's expertise, we were trying Neonate and Forbidden Orchard, but it's a Brain Jar deck. It's Goryo's Vengeance mixed with Brain Jar and expertises. These are the enablers right here. These are the enablers for the main deck plan. Brains, Goryo's, expertise. That's just because they're the faster ones. In the sideboard, I was trying Through the Breach and Yahenni's as slower but more resilient enablers, because Yahenni's doesn't need a target, whereas Kari Zev's does, and you can get blown out because of that. And then Through the Breach, of course, doesn't need any targets at all. Same with Yahenni's. So both of those are good enablers. Yahenni's, of course, isn't going to work for putting a fatty in. It kind of puts a fatty in through the breaking entering, or you might just be making an army of birds and drawing cards. Kelly says, I actually don't see how the Blessed Alliance is 2-for-1. Death Shadow dying would be a state-based action, which doesn't get checked until after the whole spell would resolve. That's a good question, Kedler. So if we were to escalate the... I don't even know where to look. Maybe I'm thinking of... I know it does work with the Fiery Justice, because Fiery Justice is part of the cost is, right? Isn't it part of the cost that they gain the 5 life? No, it's got a period. It's got a period. That's a good question. That's a great question. So let's talk about it, because I don't want to be spouting off things that aren't true. I haven't tested it myself yet. That's what I was thinking in theory. So let's think about a board state. So there's a 4/5 Tarmogoyf and there's a Death Shadow. We Fiery Justice the 5 damage onto the Tarmogoyf, and if the Death Shadow is 5 or smaller, it dies. Correct? Holy Davis says it only works if they have 2 shadows. Well, The shadows would have to be 4/4s or smaller for that to work, actually. That's true. Put Elspeth in the side on accident? Oh. Okay. That's where she went. Kelly says with the Justice, you just target whatever and then give life to the opponent and the shadow dies. Correct. So this is really cool. This could be a cool meta call. I don't know. Maybe the Blessed isn't the answer. Maybe it is just Justice. Maybe we should keep jamming the Justice deck we were brewing. David says, what about Doomblade when the Death Shadow is cast and not attacking yet? Yeah, true. If the Death Shadow is a smaller size, you can just make them gain the life and then it dies, and then any subsequent shadows, they'll have to deal some more damage to themselves before they can cast them again. So maybe the Justice is the stronger of the two. What am I missing from your sideboard plan, friend? Before we get carried away again. A Thrun? A Thrun, 2 ley lines. Okay, that's what we're missing. Kedler says, I actually like the Justice more. The hard part is building a deck around Justice. Kedler, you were here earlier when I was showing off the new list I'd brewed. We only played one game with it, though, because I promised I'd do some of the sub-decks. It's going to be tough for us to fit in everything that we want to fit in on the streams. That's exciting, though. Because some days I feel like I scrambled for content. I really do appreciate you guys jumping on the sub bandwagon, so to speak, and giving me some ideas. You know, I wouldn't be playing Walkers without you, Balls McGee. So now we got to do the what am I missing game. So from the sideboard we're missing Thrun, and from the main deck I need to get us a Breeding Pool, a Temple Garden, a Horizon Canopy. Now these forests are bugging out. 2 Nisses. We'll just make a pile right here in the middle. Tamios. Oh my god, these are bugged too. A Gideon, the Deploys, Bolus, and Eugene. Okay. I'm not missing all that much for your deck, actually. But I'd love to see a deck that uses Fiery Justice be competitive. Yeah, I think the list I brewed up it's not competitive yet, but you're welcome to try. So basically, I was thinking of decks that have the colors red, white, and green. So this is my first take on a Fiery Justice deck. But yeah, if Blessed Alliance doesn't actually interact with Death Shadow the way we want it to, I'll probably trim on these, Kedler. And then maybe I will run some ramp spells, or maybe I will run something else here. Maybe some Lightning Helixes, or maybe a split of Helix and Alliance. I think Alliance is good right now. I'm not saying it's bad, but maybe we'll have a split, or maybe we'll run more Mana Leaks or something in these spots. You know, I'm not sure. I do like its curve. I do like the way that this one's curving. We also didn't have a Thrun to try in this initially. I think I played a Huntmaster in that spot. So let me grab these cards real quick. So Johnny, Deploy, Gideon, Tomio, Thrun, Ugin, Nicobolus. I think I'd love to be brewing a Justice deck. I think it's hard to be in just Naya colors, but not impossible, Kedler. Like I brewed a deck on my laptop. Most of it got deleted, unfortunately. I brewed a Fiery Justice deck with the guy that grows the walls, and then it had some alternative win conditions that involved Infect. That was interesting. Not Infect creatures. It was running the one that gets Trample and Infect to your whole team. What is the name of that card? Basically, it had ways to end the game that it didn't matter how big your opponent's life total was. Triumph of the Hordes, there you go. 1/1, Trample, Infect. So basically, even if your opponent was at 500, because of all the life gain that you were giving them, you could still kill them. So, I don't know if that's the alternative win con I really want to go with. I mean, Naya is in the colors to go infinite. You could do Spike Feeder. You could do Spike Feeder plus Archangel. That's in Naya colors. What about Alms Beast and Oust? Alms Beast? That's the 4-drop, right? From, yeah. That's hilarious. David says, I try. Well, see, that's the thing is, like, a lot of these decks splash black, right? Because you get Tainted Remedy. You're talking about a different deck? Oh. Right, so a lot of them want to splash black. I mean, another card that might be fun to brew around with is the new Snake. But, anyway. I want to keep brewing with, because we saw Merfolk have a nice finish. I kind of want to keep brewing with the Merfolk deck we had. I'd actually like to keep brewing with that. How does this thing curve? So we got a bunch of 6s, and then we have some 5s, and these are 3s. I'm not going to be able to display the curve to this thing, am I? 8s, and then this is a 15. We're not going to be able to curve this whole thing. We can skip. There are no 7s, so we can bring... Excuse me, there are no 7s, so we can just bring this in. Shrink it down. Just kind of want to see what your whole curvature looks like. Actually, you know what? Let's just put the Emrakul underneath these two. So it looks like this. It's missing a card. Hey, Spy, the sweet 4-color energy brew. Snake plus hardened scales. I heard some talk about that. What am I missing from your main deck, man? Oh, I cut a land accidentally. What land? Temple Garden? No. Horizon Canopy? We'll have to open a new copy of the deck because it's bugging out. Some of the cards are bugging out. Ugin, Thrun, 3 Tamios, a Gideon, 4 deploys, 1 Ajani unyielding, excuse me, 1 Nicol Bolas, 1 Temple Garden. Let's just get this built and start playing it, and we can talk about Fiery Justice later. But I think Justice could be an archetype to combat some of these aggressive decks. Maybe. Certainly could hose the Death Shadow deck in a way that other cards might not be able to. But, like, we have to figure out what the rest of the deck is doing, you know? Been suggested to use Karn. Not sold on it because what it does. Okay. I mean, that would give us a 7, but I don't know if we need a 7. Like, we're going from 1 to 3 very nicely. We're also doing 2 to 4. I assume we're also able to go from 4 to 6. Right? Day 2, my first GP. Jew Factor, nice! Congrats. Ike says Burn's not bad versus Death Shadow. Yeah, we could also just play Burn. That's true. We can also go from 3 to 6 if we have a good draw. I need a second breeding pool. So, did I get the breeding pool in there? Breeding pool, Johnny, Deploy, Gideon, Nicol Bolas, Tamio, Temple, Thrawn, Ugin. Did I say Bolas? I did say Bolas. What the heck am I missing then? Have I missed anything? Horizon Canopy. 1 Horizon Canopy, and then your deck was expensive. Oh, 2 Nissus. What's up, Lauren? Also, my roommate came in 32nd. That is awesome, Jew Factor. Voice of Zendikar. Whoa, these are expensive right now. Might not be able to walk away with your list, man. Barely. Barely. Alright. Hopefully that shows up soon. So let's open a new copy and try to unbug the lands. Oh, I'm excited about this list, man. This deck's Naya colors. Like, we're sitting... You know what's funny, Balls? Or stream... I guess just everybody in the stream. We're sitting here trying to figure out... Oh, man, what would be, like, a really good, like, Fiery Justice deck? This deck is Fiery Justice colors. I mean, it happens to be splashing blue for Jace and black for things like Sorin, but... You know, or Bolus, but... This is a Naya deck. Why don't we just put it in this? Just as a meta call for all the Death Shadow we're gonna face today. Now let me ask you something, Balls, because we talked about it in brevity. In brief, we talked about it in brief. What the heck are we missing? We're missing a land. But what land? What land? 3 fetch, 3 fetch, 2, 2, 2. 2, 2, 2. We have the township, we have the canopy. So let's go over the one-ofs. We have the township, we have the canopy. It's supposed to be 21 lands. What am I missing? Why not put Fiery Justice in every Naya deck? No, 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 no. Just because there's Death Shadow running around. That's all I'm saying. What land are we missing? What did I do? What did I do to it? What have I done? What have we done? Seriously, what did I do? It is 5 forests. Tofu says I don't like the township here. Oh, 5 forests, thank you. Forest. Cool. Alright, let's play. Enough theory. I mean, you guys know that I love theory more than playing, but too much theory and your head's gonna hurt. I spent the whole day in theory, man. I woke up and I was working on that thermo test, and I was working on that thermo test until literally, like, right before I got on stream. This is insane. I spent the whole day doing it. So let's just do a little bit of mindless... play. Alright, let's play it. I know, right? So, let's play some Modern Walkers. And maybe we'll try some Fiery Justices in this. But that was back when I was on doubling season. Yeah, I mean, the doubling season is cool with Nahiri and Jace. I mean, you just get to immediately ultimate them, and it's kind of a two-piece combo. Two-piece combos aren't bad. And arguably, at least the Walker half of that combo is still very strong. But this is more of a value deck instead of a combo deck. So, whoops. Did we get 2 games? Alright, we're duo queued. God, this hand has got to be bad, right? Well, it's got a Utopia Sprawl. This hand's got to be bad, too. Keep. Even though it's not like a land I wish we had. That's not the forest I went with. What? What? Whoa, Moto, making some decisions for us a little bit. Or maybe I just clicked the wrong forest. No, that is not the... What? I'm so confused. For a limited time, you too can play Fiery Justice. I was just wondering why it was this particular forest. It was bugging me. Dat forest. So we sprawl for blue, right? Yeah, so we can cast the tomato. Speaking of tomato, I'm supposed to take the breeding pool here, right? See, it's just a green ponder. That's all it is. God, these forests are hideous. Why, Moto? Why have you done this to us? Why? It did it again. Moon. It's interesting. Don't really want to jam any of my spells into this obvious mana lake, do you? I wouldn't. Am I oathing or am I just playing Nissa? Guess I'm just playing Nissa? Alright. I'm going to take off that auto yield. It's awkward to have an auto yield to a fetch. I mean, it just looks like Jeskai with main deck Spellskite to me. Ooh, never mind. He's playing the Rye deck. If we moon him, unless he has basic planes, he can't cast the Felidar. I'm assuming that's what he's going for. So that seems good. I think mooning takes the precedence over other plays we can make here. So wait, was this Blood Moon supposed to be main? Hang on, we do a card count here. 52, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, there's something off here. The moons aren't supposed to be main. There's a lot of things that Moto done screwed up. Like, the moon is not main. But yet we have a main moon. Oh, jeez. Well, we just Moto do like two things wrong. Like it's the wrong forest. I have Blood Moons that are gonna steal both of these games potentially if I draw it. So we're not getting accurate testing whatsoever. I'm sorry. I think we should oath. Doesn't matter. I'll take Gideon. Now Carrot can block Reshaper. We minus the Nissa there. I've been mana tithed. Did we whiff? Oh, this card's so bad. I'm kidding. This card is excellent. This card is excellent. God, that card was bad. I'm kidding. Okay, let me be specific, balls. It was bad in this scenario. Now we lose. Aww, comboed. I'll have 6. Just so we can have this fun. If you guys are not playing standard, you might not be aware this is an infinite combo. This is an infinite combo. There we got there. Well, we won one of our games, lost the other ones. What the heck happened? Why is there this random moon? Alright, so we won the Eldrazi match, but we lost the combo match. I mean, it happens, balls, Miggy. Let me clarify. The deck does not suck. The card does not suck. We got unlucky. You know what? Collect a Company whiffs too, and that deck's full of creatures. That deck's usually like 30, you know, mostly creatures. Yeah, like 30-some creatures. And sometimes you don't get the full value. You usually will hit one, but you don't usually miss on both. I mean, we did miss on both. Like, your deploys should at least hit one walker. The fact that it hit neither is pretty bizarre. I mean, you're looking at a fistful of 7. If only Standard was slow enough that you could play this card in Standard, you know? How many walkers are in the deck? Drew Factor wants to know. Let's take a look. It is playing 1, 2, 3. Those are all walkers. These are all walkers. Those are all walkers. Looks like it's playing just under 20. But you're looking 7 deep is the thing. Yeah, it's 18 walkers, but you look 7 deep. You should hit 1. If you're lucky, you hit 2. Oh man, Spellskite's getting in there. Alright. More moons? Alliance doesn't stop his combo. That's not good. D-Grid. Run. Okay. Then we gotta take out which walkers don't really do what we need them to do. Jace Plus turns off the combo, doesn't it? Until your next turn, whenever a creature your opponent controls attacks, it gets -1. Doesn't that apply? Does that also apply to creatures that haven't existed yet and would have said haste? That's a good question. Somebody knows the answer to that, let me know. Gideon buys us a turn against the combo? Drew Factor says yes? Cool. So maybe we just cut some of the higher costed walkers? Or, I mean, like, maybe it's Tomato. Maybe it's Tomio Field Researcher that's not that great. In this matchup. Just in this matchup. Also, what about the Narset? I feel like the Narset's so weird in this deck. I feel like she doesn't hit all that often. Now, this is card advantage. This is damage to the Saheeli. This is creature advantage. Creature advantage. Card advantage. Turns off the combo. It's a Thrum. Do you want Bolus or Ugin? Maybe both. What's something I can cut? Can I cut 1 Mana Dork? Balls McGee says, what about Narset? Down tick, then deploy. I feel like we have too many deploys in this deck, to be honest with you. I would run 3, maybe. Oh, we can't right now because Moto quality. Alright, we'll play 4. Because Moto quality, because it like changed my forests and put in a random Blood Moon. The old nothing dot hand, but it ramps. Keep. Bird of Paradise. Birdman. No, the lightning bolt. Okay. Whew. So we get to slam Nissa. But is that even all that good? We've got 4 here. Oops. Plant. Plant. That was weird. Was that picture a thought not seer for a moment? Whoa. Whoa there, opponent. We're a little landlight, aren't we? I ended up with 36 lightning bolts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll keep her out of bolt range. How about a Gideon? All right. Running it back. Yeah, not in modern, not anymore, Thoughtseize. Or turn 1 Thoughtseize. Not anymore. Speaking of which, turn 1 Thoughtseize, I was thinking of showing you guys a turn 1 Thoughtseize deck tonight. I shouldn't keep this, by the way. I guess I just saw the Thrun and got greedy. Saw the Thrun and got greedy. Hey, Jagoo. How's it going, Gator? Oh, we have subs now. It's a thing. It's kind of a cool thing. Sprawl. It's kind of neat. I feel like I named blue a lot on this. Slightly interesting. Oh, did you guys see those new? I'm actually excited about that. Did you guys see those new? It's like a. Ooh, okay. Well now. It's like a new sleeve. Oh, and then we draw the Jace too. Oh, the punish. The punish. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, so, well, I think we're just playing Thrun, right? Actually, it might be correct to Jace. No, I like getting the Thrun clock going, don't you? Doesn't matter what I float there. Oops. Does matter what I tap here, though. I'm fast tapping the Caryatid. How about a Thrun? Yeah, so I saw them, I think it was on the Star City stream, they had those really, really neat, gosh, they were cool. They were pretty cool. Yeah, it was like, you could use it, I don't know how nice they look, I'll have to do a little bit of research. To see how it looks. They're supposed to be used with white border cards. There's a remand. It's fine. Yeah, white bordered cards. They're inner sleeves. Excuse me. They're like perfect fits, I guess, but not perfect fits. Anybody know what I'm talking about? You got it. You got it. Oh, the mismatch. Well, we have mismatching forces right now, so we could moon him. Can't cast the Jace anyway, because we lost the Utopia Sprawl. Actually, maybe I'm just supposed to deploy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why don't we deploy and hope that it's good? I mean, I could get the breeding pool in hopes of seeing another blue. Or no, we do have blue for Jace. Yeah, Yeah, we do have blue-blue. What am I saying? We have blue-blue if we want it. But why don't we try to see if this card will actually do what it's supposed to do? And this was even after I trimmed some walkers. So Bolus seems good. So we'll take Bolus and Elspeth. It's pretty gross. Alright, he's had enough. He's had enough. Oh, this deck's sweet. We'll play a few more matches with it. Alright, so can we tinker with it now? I mean, this is your moment, Balls McGee. So I'm asking for your opinion. Do you want me to keep testing it as is and show the stream what this deck really can do? Or, yeah, the black border perfect fits. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Can we tweak it a little bit? Can we do some stuff with it? I'd love to see what Fiery Justice could do in this thing. This is a grindy deck anyway. Who cares if they gain 5 life? We're playing like Ugins and Boluses, you know. This is the kind of deck where I could see Fiery Justice doing something. Just a thought. We can turn to that, too. You could argue that its main deckable kills everything from creatures to planeswalkers. My curiosities were if 4 doublings would be better than deploy. Okay, so if we were to do... I'm open to suggestions and criticisms. Well... Okay, so Doubling Season is different. Doubling Season, in my opinion, is a different deck. The way I've seen Doubling Season work, it looks almost like a Ponza list, but it has a combo finish. What I mean by that is both Jace and Nahiri can ultimate if you have a Doubling Season on the table before you play them. Now that's really grindy, and that's really, what's the word, really a lot of mana. So, I mean, I actually think, I actually would consider not running either engine. But it is a different deck. I know that might break your heart for me to say that I wouldn't consider either engine, but that just says cut Nahiri package or cut Blue Walkers. Like I said, one version was 2 double 2 deploy. Might be a better version. Well, I'm just saying, I almost wish this was a little more... I'm fine with like a Nile Walker's Ponza hybrid. I'd rather be a little more reactive. I'd rather... And I'm not saying we should make it a Snapcaster deck. Like, I'd be fine just leaving it Naya colors. You know? Like, what would we look like if we cut the blue? What happens, you know? What happens if we cut some of these like, I would top the curve at Elspeth's, you know. I understand that Oath... Like, I understand that we can cast some of these walkers without much trouble, but, like, you're not 100% of the games are we going to have Bird or Oath or Utopia Sprawl. A lot of the games we will. Well, I guess Carry did, too. I mean, you have a lot of slots attributed to multicolor fixing. I mean, right now we're dominating fair decks. Well, then you probably need to make your sideboard dominate the unfair decks a little better. Some of your cards still strike me as good against fair decks. I mean, there's a lot of degenerate decks that rest in peace and Stony can hose, I suppose. I'd like to see maybe like Eidolon of Rhetoric. What about 6-mana Chandra? Gator says Todd Stevens' Walker deck was solid. Well, that was more of like a Ponza, though, wasn't it, Gator? 3 deployed, 2 doubling, cut a card. Well, if we're going to be playing Doubling Seasons, then I feel like I want Jace's and I want Nahiri's, and I want lots of them. Had Eidolon Storms fallen off? I mean, I would do this curve, and then I would add the Doubling Season after all. Can we find more ways to have synergy with Doubling Season? That would be good. It was really painful to see that card whiff, you know? My heart sank a little bit for you, man. Granted, I don't know if I have enough capital to get us into all the Jaces we'd need to pull this off, but... I have gone turn 2 season into turn 3 deploy. Yeah, unattested, uninteracted with, right? And there's going to be some matchups where they don't interact with you. That's very true. Oh, these Jaces are bugged? Great. Every time. I don't know. I mean, like, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to... So you said you wanted to see the deck with doubling seasons instead of deploys, right? I mean, the first thing I would do if we were to test that would be to see what the deck could do. It's a little more boring, yes, but it's also the way I think of it is it's also more straightforward. You know, I think Tamio could still make sense in this. Maybe. Put these over here to think about for a moment. Like, we're in colors, we have great removal options. You know, we're in the colors of Justice, but not just Justice. We're in the colors for Path. We could even be in the colors for, like, another way to ramp instead of having some of these vulnerable creature threats is we could even use Snapcaster. What are some other ways to have synergy with... Oh, I have Doubling Seasons. Weird. I don't remember getting this card. Okay, so this is useful with token strategies. Useful with counters. I mean, there's lots of different things besides walkers we could do with this if we wanted to. Just add more walkers. But yeah, I want to hear a little more feedback from Balls McGee because this is his brewing time, and I don't want to steal it from you, my friend. I don't want to take it down a path you didn't want to go. I also think the first main deck Blood Moon is free, and I do have a third one. That's the first thing I would do, and then maybe some more Justices. Maybe some main deck. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily go to Snapcaster. Because all we have is Justice and Path. I mean, that's not really enough spells to justify a Snapcaster, but I think Justice is cool beans right now. Walking Ballista. Run Sneak. Snake's interesting. I don't know if it does what we want it to do. But Snake doesn't work with walkers. I mean, this is just a meta call, that's all. I'm not saying it's you know, correct. I don't know how many of those you would run. Yeah, both Path and Justice do just fine against the Death Shadow deck. I guess the dream for me is playing a Path Justice Snapcaster deck. That's what that Scapeshift list earlier was, but I don't want to impose, so what do you think? What do you think we should do? You said you're kind of soft to combo, right? To non-creature decks? I mean, do you want to just, like, run, like, some main board negates or something? Is that crazy? Isn't the meta just mono Death Shadows and Drazi? But I want to hear from you, Balls McGee. You haven't said something in chat for a little bit, so talk to me, friend. Do you want to see what I would do with it, or do you want me to kind of take it down the path? Hard to say what direction to go down. I only know what my testing has done. 2-2 split for double and deploy. Well, let's see how the deck operates without deploy, and let's see if we like it more or less. And cut some of this. I mean, maybe the Tamio's free. I don't hate the Sorin, but I'm going to cut it. I'm going to try to stick us to just 4 colors. And I'm going to actually add another land. And it's going to be... Hallowed Fountain? Well, if we have a Hallowed Fountain... Just hear me out. If we have Hallowed Fountain, it's fetchable with everything... No, it's not. These won't fetch it. Why are we running Foothills over... Hang on. Hallowed Fountain pairs really nice with with Forest is all I'm thinking. So hold up. Oh, but it isn't a forest itself. That's bad juju with the Utopia Sprawls. I see. Custom walkers add more controlling elements. Yeah, we could. I'm just thinking if we're going to be adding more blue cards, I want to have another blue source somehow. Or another fetch for one. I mean, another green fetch isn't a bad idea. Windsweep's the better one. So we'll just add a 4th Windswept, I guess. Also, Arbor hits pool. Yeah, that's true. So there's a couple of different reasons why. I think this would be interesting to try out. I mean, the only changes I made was I added Paths and Justices and a Moon. Cut on some walkers, but we've added Doubling Season, Jace, Nahiri combo wombo. Tamiya ult's also good with doubling. Draw 3 cards. Yeah. No, it is. I mean, like... So, like, she's another example. I mean, here's another way we could go, is literally just pick walkers that have good ults for us. What's the Nissa's ult again? See, Nissa, like, here's the problem with Nissa, is Nissa doesn't combo with Season. Like, I'd actually rather just... I'd rather just have you running walkers that can instantly ultimate, so... although Nissa is good, her +1 and her -2 have good synergy with doubling, so maybe we still run her because she's so cheap. Mana-wise, I'm not saying money-wise, she's actually kind of expensive. But Gideon, although Gideon's powerful, Gideon doesn't... There's no sweet, super awesome synergy other than he's just like more of a brick wall for us. Restoration would be good. Reset walkers. What? Deploy straight up, you really need Gideon. Well, this is different though. We're trying to go doubling. I mean, Elspeth gets to ultimate immediately, and her emblem is powerful. We could maybe keep her. Johnny Unyielding does not ultimate immediately, but he does have some nice card advantage potential, but I'm going to cut him. Run 4-drop Gideon? I don't have any, I don't think. I've got to have some other sweet, sweet walkers lying around. I think Tamiyo's is absurd, though. That's true. Just to straight up draw 3 and then we can cast whatever. We've already got 4 Nahiris. What other Johnnies could we run? Could we just like blow up all their lands immediately? I don't think so. I was thinking of Johnny Vengeant. Green White Johnny is insane. I'm just thinking of which walkers ult immediately, just for now. Vengeant does not, unfortunately. I thought he might too. He starts at 3. So far we like Elspeth, we like Jace, we like Tamiyo. We could just run more Tamiyos. I think the Tamiyo ultimate is solid. We got a bunch. We got bunches. Actually, can she? Ooh! 5 mana Tamiyo ultimate is also sweet. Well, no, this is better if you've got like lots and lots of spells. We set on these colors, it could be splash black. But the Gideon should make a consideration. Has walkers enter with 1 or more counter and makes tokens. Ooh, I do like that thought. I mean, these are just for value. I mean, the thing of it is, in my mind, I really only want the walkers that end the game immediately with when combo with doubling season. I like that idea of Oath of Gideon. I know you've been pitching it for a while. I wasn't trying to ignore you, Balls McGee. If anything, you're the one I should ignore least right now. So Oaths of Gideon. Okay, so when it first comes into play, we need to think of it as a pretty bad Lingering Souls, and then our walkers are going to enter with additional loyalty. That's cool. The first one's sweet. G-Factor says ditch Nissas. It's a little of both, Balls McGee. So you like trying out Oaths? I mean, it's the front side of Lingering Souls. Are there any other Oaths we should consider? Oath of Jace might be fun. I mean, it might just... I mean, not that I want to get super cute with it, but it might be fun to have a little bit of the oaths. Arguably, Lily's oath is very strong too, but we'd have to splash black to run it. Blue oath is sweet. Maybe we do run 5-drop Tamio. I like Tamio a lot. 5-drop Tamio instead of that one. Well, I mean, you could make the argument that Field Researcher's ult is stronger, but Tamio's got a better board presence ability. Yeah, a draw 3, and then we can cast anything that we've drawn is powerful, whereas Tamio, we get to keep using Paths and Fiery Justices over and over again. Chris says, you have to run a Johnny Vengeance. We don't have to. I do agree with you guys, though. I mean, no offense to Nissa, Voice of Zendikar. Some of these other walkers are a lot more impactful. Let's put her on the sidelines for a moment and think about some of these other choices. Narset ult wins versus combo. She doesn't ult immediately, does she? Oh, she does. Wow, she comes in at 6. I often forget that about her. That's cool. Well, we're not Tron. I don't know if I really want the Ugin. What's Oath of Chandra again? Is it pretty bad? We don't see it all that much. I'm trying to remember what that one does. I know it comes in and kills something, and then you get value out of it in other ways. It's 3 damage. Oh, there it is. Okay, so 3 damage to a creature specifically for 2. Okay, so already it's really a really bad lightning bolt. What else? At the beginning of each end step, if a walker entered the battlefield, it deals 2. Ooh, so it only works when the walker entered, whereas these are just always. Well, this one only affects the walker when it comes in. Yeah, I mean the oath that I'd really like would be the Black Oath if we were to try some of these. So we just get a free shock. I guess it would have been too powerful if you got it every turn, but these are really the fact. I mean, you get the Scry every turn. Like Oath of Jace is one of the few that you always get it. Personally, I'm sold on multiple Field Richards, just so good at all stages of the game. In my experience, the deck doesn't work without her. Really? Okay. I will add a second one as per your thoughts. Jacob says, what about original Johnny's? Pretty nuts with doubling season. 22 2020 tokens. Johnny Goldman? Yeah. Yeah, you do get, that's true, you do get 2 huge, yeah, that's true. So you get 2 2020s. Well, whatever your life total is at that point, so there might be 2 15-15s or what have you. Have I brewed any mill decks lately? No, not really. I do like Oath of Lily a lot. The 2/2 is sweet. And I mean, the sacrifice has got a lot of merit too. What oath did you want me to look into? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I forgot about the one from Kaladesh. Yeah, that might be fun to play around with. Anthem plus our walkers are going to be cheaper. Planeswalkers costing less seems good for us. Especially if they're killing all our dudes. Jufro says, I think you should try to run 2 Gideon Oath and 2 Jace Oaths. TJ wants to know, when I decide to brew, do I start with a card or do I start with a concept? It depends. Sometimes I start with a card, other times it is a concept. It really does depend. I'm going to make some other calls. It really does just depend. There we go. It really does just depend. Like, okay, I'll try to give you an example. Like the Wizards brew was a concept, TJ, and then it came together. Whereas tonight we've been trying to mess around with Fiery Justice because specifically of the Death Shadow deck doing well. So that would be a card. I'm just trying to jam it into a bunch of different. Oh wow, they're super cheap. Oath of Bajani, super cheap. Just trying to jam it into a bunch of different. Just trying to jam it into a bunch of different decks. Okay, we're trying to brew on Naya colored decks specifically. Would Torch make sense in this list? What Torch? What Oath of Bajani? Sorry, I already read that. What do I tend to gravitate towards? Oh man. Okay. Combo. Control. I usually play combo or control. Torch of Defiance. Yeah, I usually play combo or control. Like, in my paper decks that I've owned, in Modern I usually play control, even though that's probably the worst archetype to be playing in Modern. And then in Legacy I like to play combo. Oh, you want me to play Chandra? I don't have any Chandras. We're actually over budgeted. Budgeted. By the by. I hear you. She's interesting. What about something like Heart of Kirin? I want to see how this build goes. So let's try it with some oaths and doubling seasons and see if we like it. Control decks can be fun to play. Yeah, so I did brew an Esper deck, but it got deleted. TJC. So let me see if I can find it on the Facebook page. I think I may or may not have uploaded it to the Facebook page. I don't think it got uploaded. No, it didn't. So I brewed an Esper deck on my laptop, and it was very specific. And it kind of harkens back to an earlier age. But I've been messing around with Esper expertise. In fact, I think we saw Michael Michael Majors playing Esper expertise, but I had a very different take on it. Because I actually think as cool... Oh, I must be on autopilot if I'm saying that. Yes. I actually think the strongest deck that's happened for Esper by far is Push and Ancestral happening all simultaneously. Let me get in a couple more matches with this TJ. But it was basically just it was an Esper list that went heavy on Ancestral, Push, Blessed, and something else. I really do want to explore this deck some more, though. Anyway. As you can see, it didn't save. It doesn't... Sometimes when I build lists on my laptop, it doesn't send them over to my other computer until I think I have to close out of that on my laptop, which I left it open. It was a shame because I wanted to play that with you guys tonight, but we'll just do something else. Yeah, push and path for sure. Oh man, Blood Baron. Oh, this is a spicer. This is old. This is really old. This is when we were borrowing a remand. Oh man. If only Modern was slow, I'd be playing something like that, right? Or this. Freaking Stonehorn Dignitary Venser. Oh yes. Yes. Alright. Let's stay on task here. Sorry, it's getting late, so I'm starting to get a little tired. Losing my place. Yeah, but we'll try those oaths out and see how we like it. Give it a shot. Yeah, I know, right, Yotobai? I on autopilot if I'm wishing good luck and have fun to the card hoarder trade bot. I must be. So we're getting through yours, Balls McGee. We're gonna play a few matches though, a few more matches for sure. I want to get it to a place where you and I are both happy with it, man. Like I feel like we haven't reached that threshold yet. I don't think anybody else off this list is here tonight with us. Bill, you here? Coolius, Kyria, Lizards? Anybody? Thanks for hitting that button. Chris Rowland. The Chris Rowland is in the house. I shouldn't keep this hand. Oh god, why did I keep this hand? Oh my god. I meant to mulligan. No! Chris, welcome to the Brew Spy show. Welcome. Don't know if you need Oath of Ajani. Feels a little slow. We'll see if we like it. We'll see if we don't like it. Gotta test it. Sometimes you gotta test it. Ooh, Balls McGee, that reminds me. I meant to show you my Esper Dragons list, because you were telling me about yours, and I thought you might like mine. Ugh. Ugh. 1, 2... Okay, so... Huh. Every hand should be a keeper. I don't know, man. We have triple path that I can't cast any of, because this is an Arbor Elf, not a bird. Whoa, he's ramping too. Rampity ramp. Ramping. Blood Moon. Not good in this matchup. Who knew? Jace! Save us! Save us, Jace! Do you plus here or do you minus? I guess you minus. We might just be minusing this Jace. Can we please have the windswept heath? Can we please? Or we get the Tamio? Okay, I think we have to take the land hand. Don't get me wrong, Tamio is a sweetness, but I mean, we should probably take the lands so we don't lose. We're not going to use this moon. But you know what? It's only a 1 of in the main deck, so that's not so bad. Oh man, he's Mono Green Devotion. We're about to see a prime time, probably. What's nice, though, is unless he's on the Xenagos plan, or excuse me, the, Xenagos plan, Xenagos Emrakul plan with Tooth and Nail, unless he's Tooth and Nailing us in a turn or so, we're fine. If he's just trying to play a prime time here, we get to path it. So, Market Festival. I'm with you. I'm still with you. So you're gonna Arbor Elf that. Yep. Or no, he wants to hit my Jace instead. Okay, sure. That's fine. I mean, would mooning be useful now? I don't play against Enchantress all that often. Alright, so This does have to enchant a forest. This can enchant any land. So if we were to moon, the Utopia Sprawl falls off and we turn off the Nykthos, correct? Jufro says just exile the Sprawl. Or we play in the Nahiri and exile the Sprawl. Judge is in the room. Utopia Sprawl falls off if we moon, right? Fidget says no. Oh, it's a basic forest. It won't change. Good point. So if we moon, the only thing we'd be stopping is the Nykthos. So I was right. We're not going to be casting this. All right, so let's up this Jace. So somebody said Nahiri the Festival. Well, we have 2 white mana to play around with but we don't have a red source for the Nahiri. Like we're really far off this Nahiri. Like we can't quite get her onto the table no matter what I do, right? I mean, we were missing both a white and a red source for Nahiri. So that's awkward. I mean, I'm probably supposed to path this Arbor Elf before he gets to do some shenanigans. Blood Moon so I can cast the Nahiri? I don't think so. Ooh, you know what? That's awkward. So if I wanted to path the Arbor Elf, I actually was probably supposed to play the Canopy. Because we don't have a Temple Garden in this thing. So not only am I not getting the red source if I go to path his Arbor Elf here. Oh, that's awkward. But I feel like I can't just let him get all that mana. Now if we want to double path here, I'd have to shock myself and get Temple Garden. But I actually think we might be using the moon after all. I don't know. Ooh, he had an instant? That's scary. For 12. A green instant for 12. Name that instant. Cord? Is he cording? Okay, so cord for 9. That's scary. Well, we thought Path Arbor wasn't horrible, but I probably should have gotten that. Oh, we just got angeled. I was not expecting that. So he'll angel my Arbor, but not his own Arbor? Why not? You get to protect it. I would exile the Arbor Elf if I were my opponent. Unless he wants the land. But yes, if we'd gotten the, if I'd gotten a different, if I got in the Temple Garden, we could have pathed the Angel. Sprawl. Okay. Okay, so we can Nahiri and path Angel. Which is not bad. Give me back my elf. And then we're going to hit the festival, right? That was the plan with the Nahiri? It's a little too much ramp, so we'll get rid of that. Oh, it doesn't put it to play. That's true. It goes to hand. That's very true. And these two get along great. I mean, I've played these both hand in hand in like Jeskai control because both of which are able to fetch up Emrakul. The thing of it is Nahiri and Jace, they don't need... Granted, like in this case, we're playing it like a combo versus like control. they don't they don't need. Oh, did I accidentally cut the? Is that why we felt like we had so much room? Did I accidentally cut the enabler? Let me open a new copy of this. Did we accidentally, positively, screw it up? We must have. Where's the one that had the doubling seasons in it? Did we cut them without even like realizing what we were doing? Awkward. Thought we were testing it. Oh man, chord. Now, no wonder we haven't seen it. Jufro says they are in there? Am I just missing it? I don't see it. Unless it's bugged. This is a 60. So maybe when we went to try some of these cutesy things like the oaths and the justice and the paths, we cut them without realizing it? I don't remember doing that. Alright, well, let's get rid of this moon. That's bizarre. Yeah, that seems to be the case. Seem to be the case. Seems to be what we've done. Character's a good blocker here. Up we go. I think. Maybe there you're supposed to minus, actually. Oh, is he going to chord right here? Interesting. Yeah, we'll try to get those back in. We can cut some of these cutesy things we didn't need to necessarily test. I mean, it should be a place at a path before we test anything like Alliance or Justice. But like some of these oaths, we don't really need to test, do we? Chord for 4. What are you getting? Thrun? Don't be a Thrun. Why do I think it's going to be Thrun? I mean, he chorded for 9 into Angel. Oh, he's just doing Witness loops. That's fine, man. You got it. He's building up his devotion is what he's doing. Is this Emrakul? That'd be a lot, though. Also, feel free to test my other version with a split. Well, I feel like before I fall fast asleep, I need to test the other variant of your deck. You know what's weird, though, is this is missing the Jace. Like, where's the version that we had where we were testing the 4 of Jace? Like, what happened to that version? Is it up here? Like, what happened? I'm so confused. I thought we opened another version of that. Did it get deleted? That happens too sometimes. It happens too sometimes. I just saved it in a different spot, maybe? Walkers by Balls McGee. Be under W if we had it down here and don't see it. Weird! We totally built a version that, is it just getting Angel again? Oh, I don't know, Balls McGee. I actually have... It's bad. Like, so yeah, I made it through the thermo test, but I actually have strength of materials test to do before Thursday. Another take-home exam. I had them... They're given out almost the same exact time, and thankfully this one was due a few days later. The thermo was due tonight, or last night, I should say, and the strength of materials exam is due Thursday. So I actually might not be streaming Monday. This might be all you guys are getting from me until Saturday. I know that's a long time, but I had to stream. I was watching while I was studying and doing the test. I was watching the coverage. I was watching both Wizards and Star City games. Ooh, Ashen Rider. Thankfully, it says dies, so we can path this thing, and it's not a huge dealio. It's fine. I mean, it's not fine because we're missing a lot of the meat that this deck's supposed to have. But we'll go ahead and path that. Opponent's running low on meat. We still have stuff going on for us because of Jace. Thank you very much. Whew. Oh. Actually, I don't even need to reveal if I have an Elspeth, right? I'm studying mechanical engineering with a minor in biomedical. It's interesting stuff. It's hard, but it's at least interesting. I'll take the path pile at this point. Yeah, Ballsby, a couple other people I messaged about that were on my list of still to do for the Game Wisp. White, Elspeth. You're studying biology? Nice. Crack Canopy here? No, I want to block with Carried, I think, although I am plussing Elspeth, so maybe that's irrelevant. Maybe that's irrelevant. Maybe that was unnecessary. You know what's funny though is this deck is getting here even without the wombo combo piece. I'm not saying it's good that we accidentally submitted the wrong deck, because we did want to test that. But Ballsby, it's interesting to see that the deck is functioning even without the deck is functioning even without gosh, I can't get my words out tonight. Or this morning, I should say. Without either of those pieces. What am I looking to do with Biomed? I have an interest in... Holy crap, X is 10. I have an interest in orthotics and prosthetics. Yeah, I have an interest in orthotics or prosthetics. I think prosthetics has... Oh, yeah! The Massacre Worm. That is... sweet. I'm not even mad. That is super cool. Oops. Super cool. This guy just keeps like throwing things out of his hat at us, and they're super cool. That way we don't lose the life. That's why excuse me. That's why I pathed the Massacre Worm while that was on the stack. Because if the Massacre Worm's still in play when those creatures die, we die. We would have taken a lot of damage. It's probably killing the Jace, yeah. But I still feel like we're in a decent spot with the Elspeth. Doesn't matter which one. He's had enough. All right. Yeah, so we got there without... Alright, Justice, Angers, No Moon. Excuse me. What else can we... Oh, he's had enough. Okay. Let's open a new copy. New copy. New copy. This is why I suggested just going with 4 deployed. Value Walkers is super resilient because Walker after Walker is hard for lots of decks to deal with. That's fair. I mean, yeah, I guess going from a bad combo to just like a grindy Walkers. I'd love for for us to take this deck, though, down another path, which is Naya Justice. I do play trading cards in real life, Shugo. I play Magic in real life. I play Star Realms. I like DC deck builders. I like a lot of different card games, actually, in paper. Let's see. Yeah, I do play Magic in paper. That's where I started, actually, not on Moto, because Moto is the pits. It's fine if you're trying to make it as a Moto streamer like I am, but other than that, it's the pits. Sorry, I'm looking around for my deck list so I can show you. Where did I put my deck box? It's usually always within reach. Oh, it's over here. I was going through it, that's why. So in Modern, I like to play Control. I actually owned Jeskai Control for a while, and then I sold it once it kind of, at the time, peaked. I think it would actually be worth more a couple years down the road from when I sold it, but no regrets. Helped me get into my Legacy deck. Yeah, I sold my Modern collection so that I could play Legacy, or finish a Legacy deck. So in Legacy, I play Tin Fins. Let me pull up the list so you guys can learn along while I hold up some of my sweet, sweet cards. So the closest thing I have to what I play in paper right now is Doom Bob. No, not Doom Bob Fins. I think it's just Doom Fins. I cut the Dark Confidants. They're super greedy. Looks kind of like this. Minus the limb duels. I don't know what I turned that into. No, this is old. Where's the one with the mentors? This one. Yeah, this one. But I'm not running a defense grid, but it's something like this. I was just testing defense grid. So it looks kind of like this. Which Jeskai Control. Paper trading card games are really fun but expensive. Yeah, they can be. Yeah, so I play... my list is a little different than this in paper. Like, I've got like a... I do play the play set of Mentors because it's super sweet. We got a lot of fast mana. Feels almost like you're playing Vintage because you got all these free spells like Petals, Moxen, Probes. Anyway. And you can like dark rid out the Mentor, which always feels pretty strong. So you've got Mentor, you've got Doomsday. This card's a wall of text, but that's another way to win. It's got some tops in the board. Moto's cheap to get into a video game. It depends on what you do. If you're doing like Mormor Vig, Pauper, maybe drafting, and then you use your, if you do win, you use your winnings to go back and do more drafts. It's relatively cheap. I think Pauper's a great investment. I'd love to talk Pauper with you guys again someday. But anyways, let's go back to Balls McGee's list for a moment. I just wanted to show you that I do own some paper decks, and this is one of them. I'm working on maybe a third Grizzlebrand for this, I think. Or did I end up getting the third one? Can't remember. I run at least two G Brizzles. Friend showed me a new Kickstarter one. Why don't you link it, Hugo? I'd love to take a look. I may have seen it. I think I do only have 2 Grizzles, which is maybe not where I want to be. A lot of you guys in chat might not even necessarily know what Tin Fins is or does. That's okay. We'll say that for another time. So, Balls, do you want to walk with me here and take this down another... yeah, you can link it, man. That's fine. Take this down another path, so to speak. Doomsday is Legacy legal, Nightjay. I want to explore a Naya-colored deck that happens... I want to explore Naya-colored decks because I think Moon, Justice, and Path are all powerful, and I think Naya pulls off Moon really, really well. I'm just going to put this to the side for a moment because I'm not sure what we're doing with it, or if we're doing anything with it. So what are things that Naya does well? Just put this off to the side. So Paths, Justice, Moon, yeah. I think it does Moon really well. So what are some other things in Naya colors that we could do that's interesting? I mean, again, we could go all in on the Justice and even do like Groves of the Burn Willows and do like Kavus and Walls, and that was something I proposed. Schmaka says, I see Justice, Moon, Nahiri. Well, I still think it could be a Walker deck, Balls McGee. I'm not trying to not be a Walker's deck. I just want to see what the deck. I just feel like it sometimes the mana's a little stretched, you know. Hence why I like Deploy, despite it being questionable. No, I think Deploy is really cool. We tested those versions. I want to see if we could take your deck down a different avenue, though. You know. Like, I'm kind of curious to see what the Justice Kavu deck looks like, actually. If you feel like you have a sweet idea, you're down. Okay, so what about Justice? And then what about having a deck hazard of win conditions besides... it's like... Run Knotbind Mystic? Well, in Naya Colors, there are a couple infinite combos. One of them being Spike Feeder. Not Fine Mystic. I mean, that's something we've seen, although that's usually a core deck strategy, but Spike Feeder's interesting. This actually has synergy with... oh gosh, this has synergy with... although we're not running it right now on your list, that has synergy with Doubling Season. But yeah, like Spike Feeder plus Archangel is a thing. I don't know how many Archangels I have. We'd kind of have to work with what I have, because I can't really get any more cards right now. Yeah, like Archangel of Thune plus Spike Feeder's a wombo combo. Nicopolis. Do I not have Archangel of Thunes? Oh. Oh, jeez. I only have one. That's awkward. But that lends itself to a chord. I mean, Kiki chord is an archetype that that is Naya colored. It's been good, John Hightide. Is that something that you'd be maybe interested in exploring, Balls McGee? We wouldn't run this many feeders. I'd run like maybe 2. Like basically, instead of Kitchen Finks, I'd be interested in trying feeders and Archangel, or maybe you run a split. Kiki Walkers. Chords we probably wouldn't be casting until about turn 3. So you get Wall. House says, but now you're going into 3 combos. Not necessarily. For example, in plenty of matchups, I actually like to keep the Emrakul Nahiri Wombo combo in the sideboard. Because when does Nahiri excel? Nahiri really excels when you know it's a grind, A. B, she's really good. What kind of selection would Oath give us, by the way? Just out of curiosity. Creature, land, planeswalker. Doesn't let us grab chord, though. What was I saying? I was going somewhere with it. I don't remember now. Sorry, guys. Yeah, Schmanka. So yes. So the lead the Stampede's an interesting idea. We'll fix the mana base in a bit. But yeah, this could be a sideboard plan, and then we have to move some more things around, but that's not impossible to do. And we're not going to run all the Justices, you know. Path's more main boardable. I think Justice could be like a spice of, and then you have more copies on the board. And Anger should come out because we don't really want to anger ourselves. But Justice is interesting because it only is going to affect the opponent. D-Grid doesn't make sense anymore. I don't know if Kiki Court is a great moon deck, actually. I mean, if you go with the spice, like you'll have like even things like Orzhov, Pontiff, and things of that nature. But yeah, like you'll want Wall of Omens, or I guess you could do Wall of Blossoms instead. Actually, couldn't you? Or did they not? Am I mistakenly thinking that this had a modern printing? I don't think it did actually, did it? Wall of Blossoms. No. Never did. That's a shame. Alright. So Wall of Omens. Yeah, so like Omens, probably run like 2. Wall of Roots, as many as we can muster. I don't know how many of those I own. 3? There you go. Probably 2 or 3. Birds. There's one more bird here. And then like maybe you start wanting bullets like Kataki instead of the second Stony, and maybe you want Scavenging Ooze, and like Court is a fun card for sure. You get to get really toolboxy if you want to. You know, you can get like run like 2 oozes, like one main, one side, and then you get like What's up, Jim? Don't think I have any copies of the new Revolt guy in green-white. I know we were brewing with it the other day, but we didn't flush it out. Renegade. Now, the more interesting deck, though, true, is the deck we were talking about, which was exclusively built around Justice, and then had alternate win cons. But yeah, Rallier is pretty nuts. That's true. Like Teague. You know, you could have like maybe a Teague, maybe you get like a Eidolon. And then so you can start having like lots of one-ofs, and you know, maybe we're not going to be a moon deck after all. And maybe we're going to get like a Core Firewalker in this thing, I don't know. This Kiki Pod? Rallier can't get Cord, that's true. Yeah, I mean, like, Witness is what allows you to do the loops, right? If you want to get technical, Witness is what lets you do loops. Rallier does not, so they have their strengths and weaknesses for sure. So, I mean, you're going into an archetype here, and you got to kind of, you know, figure out how you're going to piece everything together. But yeah, that's something we could flesh out. I don't think I'm going to finish fleshing it out right now because I'm missing some pieces. But that's one way you could take Naya. Another way that I'd like to explore Naya, which is a lot less explored, is actually building around elements that make your opponent gain life on purpose. Like, Kavu, let's see, so you need enablers and then you need payoffs. So Kavu is a payoff. Pretty sure I have Kavus. I've tried to brew this before. I'm missing some of the pieces though, like I'd need a 4th Grove of the Burn Willows. So it's a Grove deck, you run Kavu. I think I only have 3. Yeah, so you got Groves, you've got Kavu, Fiery Justice. Those are the obvious pieces. The less obvious ones are Wall. Now somebody suggested splashing black and running this one enchantment, which is if an opponent would gain life, they take damage instead. It's black though. I'd like to find on-color ways to win, if possible. But yeah, you know, Tainted Remedy is an idea. I mean, in this archetype, we've explored Aria, we've explored, if I can spell it, we've explored Aria, though that takes a long time, but that's a win condition. We've explored the one that just gives your whole team Infect, and then you just kill them with Infect. So there's ways that you could make this deck connect for the win. What about Skullcrack? Well, right, I mean, there's a couple enchantments out there that you can make it so your opponent doesn't gain life, but we want them to. Because in theory, this deck would just naturally have an advantageous matchup against the Death Shadow deck, just because, like, this gains them life, this gains them life, this gains them a lot of life, actually. Wall of Shards gains them a lot, and then Justice. And so you end up with this huge Kavu. I wish I had another payoff. Like, I wish there was another payoff spell. You know? Something else that we want them to be gaining life. I mean, outside of Tainted Remedy, I can't think of one. I can't think of another, besides, like, Tainted Remedy. I can't think of another nice way to get there. My problem with Tainted Remedy is, like, what if you've been making them gain life this whole match and then you top deck this? It doesn't, like, immediately win the game. You have to make them gain even more life before it wins, whereas Triumph just wins. You would just cast this and it's over. And this is another deck that I'd probably like to have the Nahiri Emrakul. Punishing Fire is not modern legal, unfortunately. Now there's another argument that says that some of these threats would be, they'll be weaker main because your opponent's going to have the creature removal. The problem is I don't think Naya is in the colors to offer pure control in modern without creatures. I mean, the green, you know, pretty much explicitly says, hey, run Goyf, you know. Am I part of the Rogues Gallery? No, I'm not. What about Reign of Gore? Oh, Kavu doesn't grow with Remedy either? It seems like not worth it. But yeah, it's hard to justify being Naya-colored if you're not going to enjoy the creatures. If you're trying to deaden an opponent's removal game 1, I mean, but you're losing out on some of the best enablers, though, is the thing. So I think we'll go ahead and risk that. These won't die easily to some of the soft removal the format has to offer, but certainly some of the bigger removal. So maybe this will be our sideboard plan. So what do you get? You get Path, you get Lightning Bolt, you get Helix. These are all cool things to have. Now, you don't get Snapcaster Mage, but what do we get? Tree of Perdition? What do you get? I'm not going to replace it these, but I'm just thinking. You get Blessed Alliance, which I think is good right now. Feel is good right now. So we'll probably do a split of Helix and Alliance. Let's just fill this out. We're just brewing on a concept right now. I still think this is the better one. What are other strong cards that Naya has access to? Bird of Paradise. And by that token, we could also run some number of Gavinies. So those are powerful cards. What are other powerful cards? If we get the creature count up, we could run company. What about Noble Hierarch for Snapcaster? Well, yeah, I mean, like, birds and or Noble Hierarch would let you splash the Snapcaster more easily. What about going into Traverse? I don't think we're going to do Delirium very nicely. Unfortunately. Merly Murloc, thanks for hitting that button. See, that's the thing, is like I feel like it's really hard to brew Naya colors because it always strikes me, outside of like maybe Kiki Chord, it always strikes me that I want either black or blue when I'm playing Modern. And maybe that's just because I like those colors a lot, you know? Why isn't Feed the Clan target player? Well, Blessed Alliance is target player, by the way. So it actually makes sense in the deck. Helix doesn't do that. But, I mean, Bolt's a consideration. What about Nature's Claims in the sideboard? Yep, Nature's Claim is cool, because they gain the life. Well, if they control it. But yeah, Claim is cool. Claim would be +4 to Kavu. Well, you already have a rally deck? True. What about Voice of Resurgence? So that's a cool sideboard idea. These over here because we're probably not playing all that many. Maybe we could run some number of Helix. It's in our colors. It's certainly a powerful card. But yeah, I'd probably want a Gavany or two. I mean, if we're just going to be 3 color, I don't think it's too greedy. So maybe 1, no more than 2. I think Windswept is going to be the stronger fetch. And then, because a lot of the time we're not going to want to pain on birds, I guess the other would be Foothills. Wooded Foothills. Yeah, we'll try Bolt. I mean... What about Assault Formation? What, Assault Formation to make Wall Shards better? I mean, the other thing you could do is you could try to find a way to make it so Wall of Shards is no longer defending. But even so, it'd just be a 1/8 that's gaining them tons and tons and tons of life. But yeah, I like having alternative win cons like Triumph. What about Surgical? Well, I kind of like the idea that this deck, like, gets to utilize some of the best sideboard cards in the game without much, without affecting it all that much. So I think that's definitely a positive. Assault Formation lets defenders attack too. So that's a 15. We'll change some things, of course, but Assault Formation. But this doesn't solve our issue of, while that's true, this doesn't solve our issue of they're going to be gaining gratuitous amounts of life. Like, this can turn into a lot. That's a neat idea, but I feel like the deck would be fighting. I feel like if you're going all in on Groves and Walls and Justices, etc., you're better off looking for a different win condition. Like, you're better off looking for something that either goes infinite. Again, we're still in the colors for Feeder Angel combo. You know, we're still in those colors. Spike Feeder Angel combo. I don't know how many feeders to Angel you would run. Problem is we don't have any tutors, which makes it all the weaker. But I mean, I don't know how many Triumph of the Hordes I'd want to run. You know, just play Revolt on deck. Yeah, Archangel. So maybe like 2 triumphs. And then we could do a split of angels and feeders. Maybe like a 2-1 split or a 3-1 split. Because feeder has some synergy with predator, doesn't it? Because the third ability, the third text on Spike Feeder doesn't require any mana, so remove a 1/1 counter from the feeder, gain 2, that's +2 to the Kabu. So that's nice. Technically it has slightly better synergy than the Finks would. Only slightly. So yeah, like going infinite with this would also circumvent any life we've been making the opponent gain. I mean, like, that might just be way better than Triumph, is just go heavier on the Archangel Spike Feeder combo. Soul Dragonbane says, what's my problem with Assault Formation? I have no idea how much Archangel is. I remember it being really expensive at some point. It has gone down considerably. So I could see doing 2 to 3, a 2 to 3 split, or a 4 to 2 split. But yeah, so this would give you a win condition if you wanted one that wasn't so contingent on having both of these pieces. You could run some number of triumphs. I think the first triumph is maybe fine. Soul Dragonbane, the problem is Wall of Shards is cumulative. So even if we're hitting for 8, my problem with that is I mean, I'm with you. I guess it makes it a better blocker too, right? Because we're assigning damage based off of toughness. I could try it. I mean, we could try like a 1 of Triumph and a 1 of Assault Formation. I'm not opposed to it. Definitely seems better than the Aria or the Remedy idea. Yeah, I'm not opposed to it. We could try one. Makes the Archangel essentially a 4/4. Makes the bird attack for damage too, correct? So birds can swing for 1 with Assault Formation. I'm just saying it'll be hard for us to catch up normal damage Soul Dragonbane, which is why I argue that we should look to either go infinite or deal poison damage. Those would probably be better ways for the deck to actually finish the game. Granted, I think Kabu's something that breaks the parity on that Soul Dragonbane, because Kabu can grow to a really, really huge size, especially if we have Grove. Yeah, that could be interesting. Could definitely be interesting. Have I ever made a Tree of Perdition deck? No, I haven't, Mistress. With Wall and Assault Formation might just be fast enough to race against the life gain, says Kedler. Yeah, it's possible. So we'll test these out and see if we like them in addition to the Feeder Archangel Wombo combo. They do have some... I guess you could argue that the Assault Formation, like, the Triumph is only going to work, what, if we have a Kabu, right? So maybe I am just wrong about this. Because I'm trying to think about the logistics of this card, and we actually don't have enough big threats. It's almost as if you'd need something like Formation before the Triumph works. Why don't we just stick to the infinite combo and we'll test the Formation. And then we'll sideboard into Nahiri, I think is what we're thinking, right? It is spicy. It's interesting. It's interesting. I'm not saying it's good. It's interesting. It's interesting, not necessarily good. Well, it doesn't need to be good. We're just trying to do something interesting. We'll make it good later. That can happen later. Let's get the initial concept before I fall asleep. Soul Dragonbane and Murky Murloc. If I missed you 10 minutes ago, thanks for hitting that button, Murky. And Soul Dragonbane, see you chatting in chat. Welcome to the community. Glad to have you here. I mean, again, something else that I do feel that this color combination can do very well is Blood Moon. Because, you know, you go turn 1 bird into turn 2 moon. It's pretty good. But, that being said, we'd have to run more dorks. And, I mean, in fairness, like, Noble Hierarch is pretty free. You could even argue that maybe we should run, you know, more Noble Hierarchs before... Oh, I spelled that totally wrong. Noble Hierarchs before we run birds. But, well, I mean, one of the strong reasons to be Naya would be moon and or bird. Like, mana dorks in general. Like, those are all strong reasons to be in these colors. And yeah, Noble would make a blue splash if we really, really wanted to, more easy. I kind of look at it just as a dork that has the benefit of Exalted but loses the ability to tap for red in this deck. But yeah, you could use it to splash into blue, potentially. So we'll probably run like a 4-3 split on the dorks. Like the number 7. 7's a good number. Just so you have the turn 1 dork a little bit more often. Let's see, Garden, Stomping. And then maybe like 1 Temple Garden, just to, or excuse me, 1 Sacred Foundry, I mean, just to kind of round out the mana base. Might as well throw the, I mean, the most we run is 2, but probably just going to run 1. I like 2 forests, 1 plains, 1 mountain for this list. Yeah, 2 forests because of Spike Feeder, I think. Well, we've got white in the form of Angel. No, I think double forest is right. Might not be right though. No, I think double forest is correct. 1 plains, 1 mountain. Now remember, if we moon, we're turning off Township and we're turning off Grove. So, you know, on one hand, we're not going to run that much moon main, actually. I'd run 1 to 2, and then the 3rd one in the side, maybe. Soul Dragonbane says, is the basic mountain necessary? Yes and no. It's more of a saving on life points concern than anything else. I actually think I'm just going to run 2 moons overall. Maybe that's wrong. Gosh, it could be so powerful. It can just be so very powerful. No, I'm going to go against my... I'd like to have like a couple saving graces against combo in the main deck. I just don't know what. Because against them, all I can really do is moon them or combo them. And there's going to be some wombo combos that don't care about being mooned. Or that it takes too long for us to Archangel them to death. Maybe the moon isn't consistent anyway. Yeah. I do like the Blessed Alliance, though. Gain my opponent life, kill a Death Shadow, grow Kavu potentially. Seems actually really neat. I bet we could get away, if I trim some of the fetches, I actually think we could get away with, or actually I'll trim the Foundry. Yeah, I mean, there's an argument that we could get away without the basic mountain. That's true. There you have it. Let me grab these cards and we can mess around with this. You still here with us? If you're not, it's okay. We have kind of moved into Balls McGee. We have kind of moved on to something of it's a bit different beast now. Freaking assault formation. It's a bit of a different beast now. Wow, we're not getting that third grove right now. That sucks. Well, I guess we're going to run the mountain. MC says, although Archangel will be uncastable through Moon if I don't add the second planes. True. So you're thinking maybe don't even worry about it, just grab another planes? Okay. I'm here, yes. I'm just watching you brew away. That's what I love about the stream. Oh, cool, man. Yeah, I just thought I'd lost you for a moment. Man, maybe instead of the third, maybe we're supposed to run a 1 of Helix. Is that weird? It's weird, but it's like one of the reasons we're in these colors is when Helix is good, it's fantastic. Okay, so. I mean, it might even be correct that I'm supposed to do the other split, but... Okay, so... Formation, I need to get 2 Nature's Claims at least. Claim has some really cool synergy with Kavu. What about Wiltleaf Leash? Wiltleaf is interesting, although we don't have many creatures... We don't have any creatures that are both green and white, unfortunately, Dragonbane. Otherwise, I'd be right there with you. I would be in complete agreement. I mean, at the end of the day, we have to remember, why are we in red? We're in red for Justice, Bolt, Moon, Helix, Nahiri. Okay, cool. I'm cool with that. The red makes sense to me now. And Grove of the Burn Willows makes sense for the mana base. That's just kind of a free perk. Cool. Why are we in white? Well, white gives us some of the best sideboard options in the game. At least in Modern right now, like Stonies and Rest in Pieces. Also gives us main deck Path, Alliance, and we wanted to build around Justice, right? I totally spelled that wrong. Oh, we already have 2 Rhetorics. I'm searching in the wrong window. What about Loxodon? Yeah, but that seems like more of a different kind of... Like, we're trying to, like... answer a creature strategy, do a little bit of 1-for-1ing, play some Doric's Ramp into some plays. And what's funny is, like, Naya is kind of far and away from some of my favorite colors in Magic. I really am quite the blue-black mage. So this is really a little bit outside my territory, so you guys will have to forgive me if the deck is god-awful, because this isn't usually an area of Modern that I brew in, so I guess... in that regard, it is interesting to me. Alright, so some Nature's Claims, an Assault Formation, Archangel, Eidolon. Cool. I could not get the 4th Grove, but you know what? We'll get it if the deck comes together. And I like being able to sideboard into the Nahiri. Alright, so we're going to get a message in a moment. What about going into Chord strip? I feel like we're not like a chord composition, though. You know? We're not really. We'd have to spread things out more. Like, if we were to... Let me open a new copy. So if we were to turn this into a chord deck, again, I'd probably morph it into like a Kiki chord hybrid, actually. if I was to turn this into a cord deck, I'd probably only run one Archangel. I'd cut 2 Feeders. I'd sideboard a Justice. I wouldn't cut any Kavus, but I'd cut walls. I'd actually prefer Path over Bolt because Path we can ramp with. Move this to the board. Like, we'd basically be running a lot less removal and we'd run a lot more threats, basically. And then those 10 spots would become Cord, Kiki, and it might just be the better deck. So it's good that you asked me to explore this. So Cord, we'd need Wall of Roots. Wall of Roots. And then the sideboard would change. We'd add a lot of, like, bullets. I like 3 walls. So then I have room for Kiki, 2 Angels, and then we'd have to go back to the drawing board and cut even some more stuff. Because right now I don't even have, like, some of the synergies. Let's cut the Assault Formation, since now we have another way to go infinite. Cord a lot of the time does happen right about there, by the way. Not to justify where I've put it in the curvature, but... Oops, I sidetracked you. No, you didn't. We're waiting for the purchase to go through. I'm waiting to hear from Card Hoarder. So no, you're fine. Speaking of which, they just messaged me. Yeah, let's put the Archangels here. So, yeah, I mean... God, this Cord is bugged. It's a different deck. It's a different style. That might even be better. But then again, it begs the question, why not just play a normal Kiki Cord? You know? Like, if we're specifically... Okay, if we are being specific to brewing this deck because Death Shadow just won a tournament, right? If this is what we're calling, we're trying to just totally lock down the board with these huge blockers. Path lines up really well against them. Let's go back to the previous build, and I wanted to explore that first. So, you know, if you know, things like Alliance, Path, Justice do line up really well against that deck. They will. Obviously, I was wrong. We confirmed that I was wrong. We were talking about how, in theory, Blessed could be a 2-for-1 against Death Shadow. Not under all board states will it be a 2-for-1. Neither will Justice. Justice will only be a 2-for-1 if the Death Shadow is a size of 5 or less. Blessed Alliance will only be a 2-for-1 if the Death Shadow is 4 or less. So, and a lot of the times they're trying to get those Death Shadows to be a lot bigger than that, especially if they know you're not very aggressive. Obviously, our bolts will keep them honest. They can't go, you know, all the way to such a little, but I'm curious to see how this works out. And I think even Noble will pair nicely with the Assault Formation. If I had it my way, I would play this with the fourth Grove. So this will be an interesting take. I don't think I'd be playing this if there wasn't about to be a sea of Death Shadow players. MTG Wiki. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. So the Death Shadow price is rocketing. I might just unload mine. I think I have some. I think we were brewing with Death Shadow a while ago. I don't think I have anything more than a playset. No, just have a playset. But certainly, I guess that turned out to be a good investment. So they were actually worth more not too long ago, which is part of why the price isn't rocketing as much as you might think. Because I'm sure previous investors, previous buyers are skeptical, right? So it's only at 9, whereas if you look to where it was in August, it was like 11. Anyway. Fire Justice can kill a Shadow at 10-10, says Kedler. Well... And if they're bigger than that, Bolt begins to line up amazingly. Well... Ooh, this would be a risky keep. Let's try a risky keep. So the moon and the bolt are dead in this hand. Actually, there's 3 dead cards in this hand, but I'm curious just to see how Wall of Shards works out. But no, we shouldn't have kept this. This is actually a mulligan. They can't get much bigger than 10-10. True, without us getting to kill them with a bolt. That's true. That's unfortunate. We did not. Is this fast taps for green? Okay. So we did not draw the land. It was a bad keep for multiple reasons. One, it's a 1-lander. So I'm on the play, and that's already me banking on. We're gonna do some auto yields to this. That's already me banking on drawing the land or a mana door, but preferably land. Now I could be eating my words in a second here. We might be, you know. Can I do some always yes? I'm always going to have to say yes, and I'm always going to have to click my opponent. Wow, already this card is such a pain on Moto. Okay, so we've got a path. That's an awkward way for me to ramp. Path our Wall of Shards. Oh, jeez. And we don't have the basic mountain, because we thought we're smart. That can't be the right play. Why don't we just play the second Wall of Shards and hope? Ooh. Think twice. And if there's 2 shadows at 7, Fiery Justice gets to kill both. Well, I appreciate that you're running the math on this, Kedler. I think Justice is a really cool meta call. I don't know if it's going to do anything. Obviously, we'd have to fight against it, that shadow list. Even then, it's not... So we will have to do a lot of clicking on these. I don't like that. That's a lot of upkeep. Oh, there's a Copy Predator. That's cool. Don't counter this. Don't counter this. Don't have it. Cool. But yeah, this is interesting. I mean, there's a couple other cumulative upkeep cards that I've been tickled with the idea of brewing around in Modern. There's a few interesting ones. Shards is one of them. I mean, because you get a 1/8 flying defender for 2 mana. But there's a couple others that I've tried to brew around. Like, we tried to brew around Vexing Sphinx, because there's a 3 mana 4/4 flyer. And it was like a Madness deck. We used this as a Madness enabler. And then the cool thing is, once it died, you got all your cards back. Or if somebody killed it, you get all your cards back. Ooh, D-Sphere? Okay. That'll play. Yeah, Jotun Grunt's another one. Yep, Jotun Grunt. Magmatic Core, Braid of Fire we try to brew around. Like, there's a bunch of cool ones out there. Jotun Grunt's arguably one of the strongest. Problem is it's more of a sideboard card. Because, I guess our best draw here is literally Grove of the Burn Willows. Give me a Grove. Canopy, I'll take it. Canopy Feeder. Now, you don't expend the feeder entirely. We're only going to grow it once. Excuse me, what am I saying? We're the ones that came to life, not them. I think at some point when we were brewing this, I think I mistakenly thought it was target player. No, it's only us that came to life. So that was silly. We'd have a 2/2. Yeah, Feeder is indeed a non-bow. I don't know why I was thinking it works. Alright, so what are the other cumulative upkeeps that are modern legal that were interesting? Yeah, Jotun Grunt, although he's seen play already, that's something people have tried. Like, the ones that don't have the mana cost stapled to them are... Alright, Slime My Garden? That's what I would do. Nope, hits the Canopy. Yeah, this being a 2/2 would be so much more relevant. Oh, jeez, another Justice, but no. Cool. Don't really want to path this slime, but in order for us to keep getting with Kabu... this is just not going to go our way. But I think a lot of it not necessarily has to do with how I was silly in my sequencing. I think a lot of it had to do with I looked at the opener and I saw land Mana Dork and was like, yes, it's a keep. It's not a keep. It was not. Yeah, Jodun, Wall. There's a couple others that I've been interested to try. Survivor of the Unseen, we tried to do like a weird miracles thing with at one point. Vexing, I think, is actually one of the stronger ones and deserves us looking at it again. There are new Madness cards that came out. This is actually a really cool Madness enabler. Although the fact that it's blue-blue is hard to pull off. Alright, there's one of our best draws. Cool. Not that the moon does anything, but I think Justice. It's a pretty tame play. Maybe it gets something out of the opponent. We're gonna do some auto yields to this. Assuming this is a counterspell. If this were to resolve, the Kabu would be pretty huge. Is this a chord? Looks like a chord. Chord for Queller. Oh, Sphinx's Revelation. Oh. That's going to grow the Kavu. He needs Path, but he may have just drawn it. That was a Sphinx's for 5. Does he just have a verdict so it doesn't matter? Okay. I mean, a lot of the plays that we've done just now, we would have done turns and turns and turns ago. Like, it's turn 7. If we had kept a not so crummy hand. I don't think we'll rebuild. I mean, the moon's not doing anything. He's got all his basics. Yeah, I'm kind of kicking myself that we don't have a basic mountain. That's the second time I'm kicking myself we don't have basic mountain. Because we're gonna get pathed, and sometimes we'll path ourselves. You know. Like hell, against certain decks, I would consider pathing like a wall of shards or something. I think that's a mistake on our part, not having a basic mountain. But yeah, Vexing Sphinx is definitely something I'd love to brew around again. We tried brewing around it once, and I feel like this I think we did it before some of the Madness cards, some more of the Madness cards came out. If you're wondering why I have a whole bunch of Valakutes and Steamets, you missed the early part of the stream where we were playing Scape Shift. When will I switch over to Nahiri Emrakul? Probably if it's a grind. Like, if we're up against an opponent that just has a plethora of removal. Probably like the Juns of the format, I would assume. Like, I mean, maybe even my opponent's deck, you know? I don't know. So we really need to be blocking. We can trim on walls. I put him on Snapcaster. So Eidolon's interesting. Maybe the first Rest in Peace. Don't know if we need the Blesseds. Actually, wait. Let's run Blessed over Justice, or is Justice where we want to be still? Maybe just 2? Oh, no moons, excuse me. That's what we need to cut. That's a... yeah. I mean, we saw D-Sphere, so maybe you run a Nature's Claim. Take out the formation? Okay. I mean, again, with the infinite combo with Archangel, I really don't know if we need the formation. Might just be kind of adorable. And it seems like Kavu really can race the life gain that we have. I think I'm supposed to keep this even though it has an Emrakul. Because this 6 is solid. Maybe a little mana heavy. Let's make him respect Blood Moon at least, so I'm going to go basic force, even though we're not running it right now. What's up, Starosity? Starosity. No Blood Moon respect. And unfortunately, this time we just don't even have it. We have not much going on over here, actually. But, I mean, that's why you play practice games, to kind of see if the concept you came up with does anything. So there's our Wombo combo, one of them. Well, that's weird. I tapped you for green. What the what? The what? The moto what? It didn't realize it was tapped? It's bizarre. That is bizarre. That was really weird. Don't really want to Justice just to grow Kabu here, do we? Why don't we attack, see what he does first? My thoughts on something like Assemble the Legion? I meant to play my garden there. It's okay. We've kind of fit as much mana as we need to now. It might be correct for me to just grow the Kavu slowly but surely. Another bird, not that excited about, especially against a Supreme Verdict deck. He's just taking it. Maybe I should Justice. I know, right, Villipede? Now the Mosh Flats. Loxodon. Okay. Well, we can Justice that. That would be Cuckoo Beans. Kind of want to keep fetching out these basics just to make him think about Mood, even though it's not there. Oh, second Grove is Sweetness. And we've got white on this bird. Does he have a remand? Another remand? Looks like it. Oh, negate. Okay. Gotcha. Well. But yeah, I mean, as you can see, like, in a way, this is almost the build-around card, and just kind of incrementally gets stronger and stronger. And there are other janky cards we could run out there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not flipping yet. Yeah, there's a lot of other janky, certainly other janky, Farsi, okay. Like, there are, I was looking into some of them, other ways to make the Kavu gain life in Modern. Besides the ones we're running, you know, besides the Alliances, Justices, Wall of Shards. Like, there are other ones that exist. I mean, I'm not sold on the Wall of Shards either. I think that might be actually where we are too deep, actually. But maybe not. We haven't seen a board state where the Kavu And the oh no, so with the Farseek he does flip the Nissa, excuse me. But he's actually dead here if he doesn't have Path. I'm assuming he has Path, or he's going to do some aggressive blocking. I think I'm supposed to attack and then double Grove Pump, and then we can still play Nahiri. I mean, we force, if he doesn't have the Path here, we force some pretty nice blocks. Just the Smiter. Yeah, Kabu can get out of hand, as you see here. So we're going to literally kill both his dudes. You know what, actually I should have gone after the Nissa then if we thought this is what was going to happen. But maybe he wouldn't have blocked in such a way if we hadn't, you know. Actually, I don't even need to shock ourselves to play the Nahiri. We have white. Yeah, here we get to see the Nahiri sideboard do some work, hopefully. I'm going to use our graveyard, so like unlike the Jeskai Nahiris where it does matter if you bin the Emrakul too soon, doesn't really matter here. So he gets a verdict. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Imagine we're going to see that verdict. Probably tap Breeding Pool for blue. Yeah, this is an interesting thought experiment. I think the Fiery Justice deck that I like the most that I built and played tonight was the Escape Shift one. Real quick for those of you just joining us. Oh yeah, so this was the Sphinx Madness. Oh, we did brew it during New Innistrad. Oh man, Worm Harvest? Yes, please. So we did brew this during New Innistrad. So how are we trying to abuse this? Lingering Souls? Psychotic? Interesting. Holy Angel of Serenity, Batman. How did this happen again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7. Well, that sucks. That's gonna reset our Kavu. That is the definition of suck. Oh, is he holding up a Dispel here too? Ooh. Really? Nope. So we're gonna get the Kavu back, but it's gonna be to hand, so we'll have to rebuild it, so to speak. I'm actually gonna bin a bird, which is wrong, because I just drew another land. Alright, so Kavu. I don't think I'm supposed to overcommit here. I actually think I'm just supposed to play Kavu. Music's being choppy. Oh no, that's Moto. So MC, when I stream, okay, so here's the path. When I stream other games, there's actually no no effect on the stream whatsoever. It's just in particular when I stream Magic Online. Like, if you stick with me for the after show MC, I'll show you what I'm talking about. You might just get to crack him with Emrakul here. I don't think he'll have an out. Also, it doesn't help that I was like moving pieces around. Party for Life, I think so. I think it would also turn it into a different deck though. Party for Life. Yeah, I mean, if I move cards in my hand, if I do any sort of alt-tabbing in and out of Magic Online, it freaks out, so... It sucks, because, like, as a streamer, it's kind of nice to be able to do those things. Kind of, I don't know, enjoy myself on the computer. Sphinx for 3. What are we looking for? Oh, Sphinx for 3 looking for D-Sphere on Nahiri, I'm guessing. There's a potential I drew the Emrakul there. Nah, alright. The Blood Moon actually would have done a little bit of damage to him that time around. I mean, if he keeps if he's all about that D-sphere, then I think we need to run another claim. Yeah, that worked out pretty well. Still think I don't want to run more than maybe one Rest in Peace. I like Eidolons. Looks like he's trying to chain lots of spells together. Right? Or not really? Maybe not really. Index says, if you drew Emrakul, wouldn't you just get Archangel there? Not, but we wouldn't have haste. We wouldn't be cracking in for lethal. But yes, we could search for Archangel. Then we'd have Spike Feeder Angel. And yeah, gaining infinite life there is a big deal. The neater thing about the Vizier Seer combo, even though it's a 3-piece combo, Vizier Seer, Malira, or Anafenza plus something like Kitchfinks, or I guess you could also include Redcap in that combo. The benefit of it is you're scrying as you do it. Whereas for us, we're just pumping the board and gaining life. They're scrying to the perfect stuff. Index says, no, the Nahiri would have given... Oh, yeah, the Angel would have had haste. I guess we could have just punched him with the Angel, that's true. Shmaka says, the one of Rest in Peace hurts us. That's true. Do you keep this hand? It doesn't have a dork, but it's got a Nahiri. Let me give it a try. Maybe I should have brought in the Lightning Helix because the opponent does have birds. Speaking of birds, yeah. Probably should have, actually. So we're going to be a little slow here. But yeah, I think already I see some of the cutesy stuff. I actually think we have enough win conditions, which was my worry with the deck. Yeah, to be perfectly honest, I think it's actually got enough ways to close the game out. So what I would do is, what do we call this? Naya Justice Brew. I would actually consider cutting the, well, that's if we take it down the Kiki Chord route, which, I mean, like, this might just be better, the Kiki Chord route. It'd give redundancy to the Archangel combo that we don't have. I'm not actually that excited about the Walla shards as I thought I was going to be when we were brewing this. But see, then we're just trying to do what Kiki Chord's doing, except not as effective as Kiki. But also trying to meta against, speaking of which, also trying to metagame against the Death Shadow deck, but at the same time, you know, only doing so much. Yeah, you're right, we would have had the win. Predator's going to get pretty big pretty quick here. I mean, and before he just has the negate again. Next turn I definitely could see Justicing the bird, and then my opponent and growing the Predator. Like, under the context of Kavu, Justice is +5 counters on Kavu no matter how we use it. And then in this case, it's only gaining them overall 1 life. Well, with the path, we get to go for the Nahiri, potentially. Although they might just be sitting on that negate I was talking about. No, maybe not. What about Tamir Battle Rage? Oh yeah, Party for Life. We're in the colors for Battle Rage, that's true. Another Nahiri? Okay. Sure. Oh, you know what? I should have played the Foothills and grabbed the basic mountain we shoved in this thing. Oh, you know, we don't have the mountain yet, so it doesn't matter. That's coming later. So no matter what, we're going to have to gain him the 1 life here, fortunately. But we can Nahiri away this Foothills. Unless we want a red source that doesn't gain my opponent life. But I guess we're hoping to hit another Kavu, right? There's the Eidolon. So if he D-spheres here, I unfortunately don't have the Nature's Claim. Yeah, Nature's Claim is really cool in this deck. This looks like D-sphere? Okay. Now, Nahiri, minusing the D-sphere on the Nahiri isn't actually as good as you'd think. What's up, Spawn? Yeah, we're trying to brew with Fiery Justice in the context of, I feel like I am just supposed to slam the other Nahiri and hold up the path, though. You know? Oops. There's no benefit to destroying the D-sphere. So we're considering pathing Finks. Maybe even want to do it now, although that would ramp the opponent. Guess I'll ditch the bolt. Or Moto thinks I said no. Okay. Okay. What about the first copy of Doubling Season in this deck, huh? We've got Spike Feeders, we've got Nahiris. Attacking with the bird. Oh, he's got Gavany. I kind of want him to activate that before I go for the path. Because this last card could be a counterspell, potentially. Alright, so we get him here. Nahiri is going to take a point of damage, though, which is relevant. I mean, he's making it seem like she's just going to run... God, this Planeswalker is pretty ridiculous. She really can run away with a lot of games. She's so very powerful. I've even seen people try her in Legacy. You know? Here and there. Very powerful walker. Absurdly powerful walker. So you play Rhetoric, or do you just Justice the bird here? I think I just Justice the bird. For 2. So we're going to do 3 to the opponent, 2 to the bird. Oops, I need white here. White. Red, green. Hang on, Moto can't handle this. There you go. There you go, Moto. There you go. Yay, we cast it. Jafari says it's even been played in Vintage. I don't know about Vintage. I've seen people try it in Legacy. I don't know about Vintage. Yeah, Predator's in here. Flashback, think twice. Okay. No, I like the deck. Now, I mean, it's not this, but maybe this is what we should be, something more like this. Right now, we're kind of trying to go the more synergistic route. He's actually not dead to the Emmy, by the way. He's got a blocker for now. Kavugoyf. The Kavugoyf. So let's lead Noble, then play Eidolon. It's a 12-12. It's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, the deck seems to operate just fine without the Wall of Shards. I think we're kind of moving away from it. And that's something that we can only really figure out from testing. You know? So that was cool. So we beat the Bant deck. Alright, so... Yeah, I mean, do we want to move into Chord? I honestly like how the deck was playing, though, without the Chord. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, getting Toolboxy could be really cool, and that's another way we could take the deck. So I'm thinking if we do stick with the original build, it's cutting walls. You know. It's probably cutting the walls. Even though this is, like, in theory, their deck, right? Like, the Assault Formation and the walls just weren't doing enough. I think a lot of the issue is it doesn't seem to... I mean, again, we have to be against aggressive decks. Well, shards should be at least in the board. I don't know. I mean, like it's a cool concept. Like, I can see the synergy, and there are a few other ways. There are a few other playable ways in this color to make the opponent gain life. Wouldn't Battle Rage just be better than Blessed? Blessed's more flexible. Also, Predator already has Trample. The only match we've had was Control. True. Yeah, I mean, like, well, I mean, we could try these cards still a little bit longer. I mean, this is one build, right? This is one build. I could also see turning this more into a toolboxy core deck. Yep, that's another way we could take it. But then again, it begs the question: why not just be? It begs the question: why not just be a better core deck? And then that deck's, you know, more of a toolbox, and then it's trying to, like, this is actually trying to be rather focused. Most everything in the deck is either to enable Predator, or it's part of the Archangel combo, or it's Blood Moon. I mean, Path always feels so awkward, though, in Blood Moon decks, doesn't it? That bothers me so much. You know what? What about this? And then we main deck the Helix. And main deck something else. I mean, it's the first Eidolon, so there are plenty of decks that want to be casting multiple spells in a turn. I feel like the first Eidolon's actually fine. I don't know, that's always going to be the issue with, like, yes, we have lots of these dorks. We're not very greedy color-wise, so Blood Moon makes sense, but it's like, do we really want them in the deck at the same time? Maybe the first Moon's fine, you know? I just don't know. There's plenty of matches where Rhetoric's actually really sweet. And this deck isn't really casting more than one spell a turn. And here would be a better flex choice. Why not go Delirium and go Tarfire Gorf's Villipede, but then we're just playing the Death Shadow deck. I'm not saying I'm opposed to playing it. I actually have most of the pieces for it. Thanks to Card Hoarder, I could play it myself. But I wanted to try something different. Anyway, I'm quite tired, guys. Why don't we play the Escape Ship deck a little bit longer, and then I'll probably call it a night. And we'll make some changes to it. So, knowing what I know now... knowing what I know now, I think the Fiery Justice was spot on as a meta call. I think it actually does really, really well. I think I might switch the Huntmaster to a Thrun. So I think that's maybe... So did we figure out... Like, I think we were theory crafting it. Did we figure out that Alliance is still good in the... What about a Scavenging Ooze? In the other deck? Yeah, Game Crank. That's a possibility. So back to the Valakut deck. So did we figure out... We played 2 games with this deck, and both games we did win, but they were just practice room games. So Justice was kind of the meta call I was trying to make. Justice and Alliance were kind of the meta calls I've been trying to make. Just specifically for Moto, we're seeing a lot of players trying to test the Shadow deck. We're also seeing a lot of burn, so at least Alliance lines up really, really well in that matchup. It's actually absurd how well it can line up. Albeit, Helix lines up even stronger. Maybe I should run a split of Helix Blessed. But then again, Fiery Justice lines up even better against the Shadow deck. I don't know, maybe we'll just try one. I don't think I'd be too upset about the first Lightning Helix. I also think Raman's not very well positioned, but again, this is the kind of deck that just needs to buy time until you bring to light for Shift. Do you guys want to see how this one plays? Or doesn't play? I think we were going to augment the mana base. I think I was going to cut the fountain and add another pool. Or were we going to change? It has barely enough mountains to be happy. That's the first thing. Second thing, I was running both a forest and a plains because sometimes we path our own Snapcaster. And I like the flexibility. Now, let's run it back. Let's run it back, and I'll see if it still works. But yeah, I was just trying to find cards that I thought might line up nicely against the Death Shadow deck, and then hopefully also against the rest of the meta. We'll probably have to bring these down a bit. But on the surface, this is really cool. This is in the colors of the deck. You know, the deck really is 4-color. I know, MC. Yeah, I know. It's greedy. I think it's 10 mountain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so it's 10 mountain, 2 Valakut. I just when I play the deck, we're hyper aware of how many. Let me blow up the deck a little bit so you can see a little better on your. I'm guessing you're on your smartphones. I watch a lot of Twitch on my smartphone myself, so I'm right there with you. This is the deck I really wanted to come in and show you tonight, guys. And McGee, do you feel like you got your money's worth, my friend? We were doing a sub brew session for Balls McGee. I would consider this hand. We get to test out the Helix, see if we like it. Watch us finally be against the Death Shadow deck, though, and we're like, oh, would have been an alliance. Would have been so good. Milo says, I like that this build's actually more like Jessica Control splashing scape shift. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Ooh, Amulet. Against Amulet, you want to leave the spell snare open, right? I guess not really. Well, you know what? We don't know what he's on. Let's leave it open. You never know. Yeah, we drew an alliance, so hey. That's pretty much what it is. The problem is we have to naturally make our land drops, and the deck doesn't always cooperate. I mean, I literally have to make land drops until 7. So since I haven't run, I decided not to run any ramp and just decided to play a very, very control-y deck. Control-y deck? Where, like, in this deck, Brain Delight's more so, I mean, like, a lot of the, like, your early game Brain Delights are probably just going to be a verdict. Whereas, oh, it is Amulet. Okay. I was right. It's Amulet. I'm not fetching. I kind of want to draw land if possible. Land, please. Please land. I'm going to shock myself even though we don't have anything. Just to put up a strong face. But we're in trouble. Okay, there's this Tribe Scout. We're definitely going to be toasting that. I mean, we can get all our colors except for blue if we get the Hallowed Fountain here. We can toast her. You want to toast this for sure. You don't want to leave him with the Scout. I've seen some pretty innovative takes on that archetype as well. All colors. We're able to cast the Helix in our hand. It's great. This Helix is great, actually. That Helix would have been an alliance, and that wouldn't have removed the Scout, and we would have had to path it. So, actually, that Helix edition was huge crap. Huge crap. Oh boy. Oh boy. We usually hit our land drops naturally, but again, we're going to do that less with me not running 26 land, only running 25, and only 2 remands. So you got to keep that in mind. We've had some smooth games so far, but I can't let this resolve. Land? Yes! We got the logic not online. You don't want Azusa to resolve. Is this Amulet? That'd be a reason to play Sunhome is to play Amulet. Doesn't have it. Sweet. The deck also does seem a lot weaker when they don't have Amulet draws. It seems like it's playing a little bit too fairly. So now we have blue. There you go. And again, I'm keeping in mind, so we have 2 out of 10, so we have 8 mountains left in the deck. We can still kill with Scape Shift. Like, you gotta... I think we can't put more than how many mountains into play? We're aiming not to put more than 3. That's not that many. That's tough. Amulets still have Hive Mind. Some builds do, MC. Some do, some don't. But yeah, I actually feel right at home in this deck. Minomalo, because I used to play... what I owned in paper Modern was Jeskai Control. So this feels a little bit like Jeskai Control. It's different. You know, we're splashing green for Justice and Scapeshift, basically. Bring to Light, Scapeshift, Justice, and then a couple sideboard cards. Actually, just one sideboard card right now. So, really not all that green. Okay. Don't really want to do anything. Just hoping to draw a land here. Didn't draw it. That's okay. We can just bolt. Oh, Zombub! Speaking of wizards, I'm glad you reminded me. I rebrewed it, and it looks like this now. It's a Chalice deck. Actually, is this the latest version? I thought I changed some things beyond that. Oh, you know what? It was on my laptop, so it wouldn't have saved. I did change a couple things further. I think I moved the Vidilic to the sideboard. I think I moved the Trinket Mage to the main due to the Chalices. And then I moved a Chalice to the board, moved a Chalice, and then I moved the Explosives to the main. Yeah, because I love me some Trinket Mage. There you go. Yeah, Mimic makes the deck so much better. I was messing around with it off stream. It basically gives you more copies of Sage of Fables for the Glenalundra Archmage negate combo. So basically, both Metallic Mimic and Sage of Fables basically say when wizards come into play, you put a 1/1 counter on it. That negates the Persist on Archmage. I wish there were more wizards that had Persist. Maybe we need to do a little research into that. I don't think we ever have. I don't think there are very many Persist wizards. Oh, there is a Vendilion Clique. It's right here. Arguably, maybe that's more main deckable than the Venser. I just really like Venser. I also miss we had like ways to bounce the Venser and some of the other pieces and reuse them. Not anymore. Okay, I'm pretty sure I can't let this resolve. But then again, like, pretty soon it's just going to be that the Titan resolves. So we have to Logic Knot for 4. So that means I'm giving up the Remand. Because he's got 1, 2, 3. But I think we don't really want her to resolve. Been wanting to build an aggro Elves deck with Mimic and Bramblewood Paragon. Though, does he have a Simian Spirit Guide in his hand? Ooh, he did. Ugh. Alright. That was the potential. That was the potential. You know what, though? We've got Path and Alliances. We're not as dead to the Titan as you might think. I mean, it really sucks that I'm stuck on lands, but we're not as dead as you might think. Unless he just naturally has the Pact, we have a lot more play against this Titan that's coming down. Granted, the Titan's going to give him some utility lands, and he's going to try to beat us down with the Azusa, but the Alliances are going to take care of that. I guess since they've lost Summer Bloom, Spell Snare is a lot less useful in this matchup, if not zilch in this matchup, so it sucks that we've drawn 2 of those. Probably going to sideboard those out. Swag Tusk. Not what I was expecting. Okay. Kind of want to save the Path for Titans, but don't really want to leave a Thrag Tusk alone. Quite the conundrum. Is there a reason to Path the... Yeah, we only have 1 white source. There's a reason to do the Path now. It sucks he gets the token, but we can work through it with these Alliances. The Alliance really is a grindy card. A lot of people often forget that it's not just a 2-mana spell. It's also your 4-mana play, if you need it to be. Yeah, if you need it to be, it's also your 4-mana play, Alliance. Which is nice. I like that. Like in well, it's a totally different deck. But I like that in like Jeskai Shells. It's not just a 2-mana play. If it goes late game, it's also a 4-mana play. Has that flexibility. And you can still escalate even when you snapcast. Doesn't need to be in hand, to my knowledge. So you could escalate here. Oops, hang on a second. Let's game 4. Oh, jeez, come on, Moto. Yeah, select the game 4, sacrifice, please. A little bit of fast tap action there. I feel like I should write an article on hotkeying some of the stuff, some of your stuff on Moto. If you're another Magic Online player, I do recommend looking into making some hotkeys. Something that I think I've told you guys this in the past. It irks me to watch some other streamers or just anybody play Magic Online. Really, I mean, even on like YouTube, and they don't have some of their hotkeys set. It's very obvious just in their speed, but also, I mean, like something that slows me down isn't clicking. It's commentary and hanging out and talking with you guys. Obviously, I can get a little distracted trying to answer chat. Let's see if he's going to slam a prime time. Prime time, but does it second main? It's interesting because couldn't he have grabbed the hasty land? If he has Vesuva in this thing, he could copy the Boris Garrison and then pay for the haste land, and then could have attacked with the prime time. Well, no, he was testing the waters, right? We would have reacted. We would have gone snap path on the Titan. Yeah, there's the Slayer Stronghold. We don't know for sure whether or not he has the Vesuva. MC says, but Titan gets lands tapped. Wouldn't matter unless he had Amulet. That's true. I feel like I always am playing against this deck as if they have Path, but he doesn't. It's interesting that he didn't pick up the Talaria West. Certainly I would pick up Talaria West. Now, if we draw land, I get to Supreme Verdict him, and then when we're ready to... What's neat about this deck... Well, sorry, I guess I'll just talk about it with the cards in hand. What's neat about this deck, we've tested it a couple times already. Simeon Azusa. Oh, man, we really get to blow him out if we draw land. We get to Verdict. Please, 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 4th land. Please, please, 4th land. Cryptic? But no 4th blue source. Okay, but we can survive on the snap path. Boxing Brown says he has to bounce it with a bounce land. Gosh, we almost got the Verdict in here. We were just 1 land short. Okay, so we're going to snap path before he would draw the Pact the Negation. I'm hoping his last card isn't Pact the Negation. Hoping that's the case. So snap path Titan. I mean, don't get me wrong, we're about to face like a double strike beast. I meant to say please 5th land. It's because I asked for the wrong thing, right, MC? But that's the neat thing about the snaps and the Bring to Lights. It's like you got a lot of redundancy, because when you're ready to scape shift on this deck, you want 7 lands minimum, right? Well, Snapcaster plus Bring to Light is, guess what? 7. I'm guessing he is killing us here. I think we're dead. Oh no, but he doesn't have Amulet, so I don't think he's going to be able to both Sun Home and also get the Titan on the table. I think he can get Titan on the table, but I don't think he can activate yet. Depending on his hand, I mean, he has an Azusa, so maybe he is. This is really good for us if we draw the 5th land. Oh no, he's going to Slayer us at least. He's going to Slayers. So we're going to take a lot, actually. We get to chump the beast. We'll take 6, 7, 8, 9. He's not going to swing with Azusa because we'd maybe block the Azusa with a Snapcaster. He is running Vesuva, so he's running 2 Vesuva. It's good to know. It's pretty typical for them to have at least 1 Vesuva. Jafari says you could have left Snare up. Yes, I could have. Yes. I should have. Although I don't think he has any 2s in his deck. You're right, though, Jafari. It's just late for me, man. It's 6:20 in the morning. I'm going to make some mistakes here and there. So actually, he didn't find a way to give the Titan haste. So this is big game if I can just draw that land. Oh, well, no, it's not. We know he has Pact. Yeah, we know he has Pact. Guess I'll just block. Yeah, we know he has Pact. So unless he's feeling cheeky, say you draw the land, ugh, yeah. No, it's rough. I mean, having Stomping Ground in the same deck as Command is rough. In fairness, we're running the maximum amount of Steam Vents to try to mitigate this. We're just toast here. He'll ship with the team. I mean, maybe we need to be on 26. I've seen builds of Jeskai Shift or Bring to Shift or whatever. A lot of the time you run 26 because you really do need to make those land drops without even hitting a cantrip. It's making me think I want to make some changes already. I want to pull off the cryptics better. Like a filter land would do that. We could run the I could run the green filter or the white filter land. Although I think green filter land's more relevant because what we got? We got Thrun, but we also have Wrath and Verdict, but we have 2 scape shifts. So we could run some filter lands. Like if this Sacred Foundry instead was the filter land, thanks to Stomping Ground, we'd have more than just we'd have plenty of blue. The only main deck Amulet has on 2 is... Yeah, I mean, again, we drew... Oh, yeah. Now he's got double packed. But, I mean, we're also dead to the Fortress. Phyllis says you should rerunning Serum Visions. I mean, you don't see a lot of these lists run Serum. Like, the cantrips that they'll run, you'll see them run Remand to kind of cantrip through the deck and Cryptic to kind of cycle through the deck. You'll also see the Domain land, the Domain spell, Worldly Council. You'll see sometimes Worldly Council. I almost would just rather run Anticipate though, because in order to get the full value off Worldly, you need to have, like, a lot of the times you're just building this into Anticipate. Now sometimes it's going to be slightly stronger than Anticipate, but a lot of the time it's just an Anticipate. Jim says you're number 1. It's also 6 in the morning. That's not all that exciting, Jim, but thank you. It is. I mean, it is exciting. We're trying to get more people to submit decks. I am running out of decks to do. Tonight we just finished. Yeah, we're toast. But we'll sideboard and we'll mulligan more aggressively. Maybe we'll add a 26 land. Maybe we'll add some cantrips. You either need to naturally draw the lands or you need to add cantrips. That's true. Like, these are just meta call cards. That doesn't mean that we should be running them in this much. Like, just because they're powerful doesn't mean I should be running like that much. Like, we're trying to hose the Death Shadow. What? My opponent didn't kill us. Why? Why didn't you kill me? I would have cast the Blessed Alliance there then. I thought I just F6 because I thought we were dead. Okay, that's weird. Why wouldn't you just kill me there, man? disappointing that we didn't draw the land even again, where we could have played the Bring to Light, and maybe he's being cheeky and doesn't think I have a Supreme Verdict. Running out of ways to spell Shuan's name. Oh, Tara, we're just trying to play decks that could run Fiery. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, appreciate you, White Sonic. No. We're trying to... I was just brewing this from scratch. I'm sure people have played Bring to Light with Scape Shift before, though. But yeah, I was just trying to do some Fiery Justice and maybe Alliance, because I figured that'd be decent against the Death Shadow deck. Yeah, but we're dead here no matter what, unfortunately. Yeah, as I was saying earlier, I definitely would love to see... we'll go to F6. Love to see some more hotkeys used on Magic Online streams, or just people playing Magic Online in general. I don't think the interface is very intuitive, though. A lot of people don't even know you can change the hotkeys, or some people don't know those hotkeys exist. Yeah, we're toast. Yeah, we don't have 3 blue, and if we'd drawn a 4th land, we could have brung the light before he started tutoring up the pact negations. This is kind of unfortunate. So Glenn's interesting. Dispel, fights, stuff, pacts. I don't know. It's one of those how do you want to board kind of situations. We're not really running a cheap spell that removes the amulet, by the way. That might be our undoing. Don't really have all that many things for the sideboard. I mean, Staticaster kills the 1/1. Yeah, Alliance does not line up in this matchup like we need it to. So those get cut entirely, I think. Do you think he's going to sideboard into, like, Kitchen Finks? I don't think we do all that much sideboarding. I like Negate. You'd be tempted by Wrath? Really? Okay. Oh, Spell Snares don't do anything in this matchup. Oh yeah, Jim? Yeah, I've got some hotkeys myself. I think I am using something similar to that, Jim. I've got, like, League of Legends hotkeys. When I was first getting into Moto years and years ago, I was also a League player, and I don't play League anymore, but I still play Moto. I'd argue that Moto Magic Online has a lot more. Shatterstorm to kill Amulet? Yeah. Do you want Dispel? That also fights Pacts. I'm going to try the Glen. I'm curious about Glen. Curious. Line up Grampy deck, but sometimes you can catch him on the Mana Lake. Guess we keep it in. I don't really like the Anger, but there might be Kitchen Finks in our future. Why don't we cut a Justice? Actually, you know what? These Justices don't line up great. Because, again, he's not the Death Shadow deck. I mean, how many, like, we'll have to figure out how many of those we can run. Like, we'll have to, this is probably where we have to cut down, and just because we have to brew with in mind of the rest of the format, but I don't know what I'm going to cut for these, you know. Maybe we'll run some Electrolyzes. I mean, there's Lingering Souls. Justice is fine against Lingering Souls, but only if they've fully cast it. This is only a 2-lander. This is only a 2-lander, but we're on the draw? No, I'm going to mulligan it. I'll keep this. This actually makes its land drops. I wish it was a little more interactive. But I can't keep that, can I? If only Justice did 6. If only. But yeah, I mean, like, I'd be interested in trimming some of these tools and seeing seeing where we go with the deck. Yeah, I mean, I could see somebody suggested Council. I would argue that you might as well just be running Anticipate, but Council's interesting. Or we could run Serums, you know. I'm not completely adverse to that idea. Relic, okay. Turns off my snaps. Turns off my Logic Knot. Outside of that, it doesn't hurt us, but the ley line's interesting. So we got Mountain. Why don't we go Fountain? Exactly. So I mean, like, even in like this board state right here, could we? Yeah, we could. We could get Stomping Ground, and then our Worldly would be better. I feel like you should run some Wear Tears. Okay. I mean, that's the other thing, is some of these sideboard cards could just make it to the main. So you'd like some number of Wear Tear? Okay. Alright. We could cut some of my more specific tools. Like, Staticaster might just be redundant with all the Fiery Justices we're running, and then maybe we could choose between one of these counter spells. Maybe we don't even need the Wrath. Wrath, of course, is nice in a sea of Thruns, but you know, how many Thruns really are there? But yeah, so like right here, what would the Worldly Council be? If I searched up the Stomping Ground, it would be for, we would get to look at 4 cards. So I mean, we could try it. We could try it. I'm not opposed to trying it. What did I just cut accidentally? I'm sure I just cut something accidentally. What about Ancient Grudge or Nature's Claim? Grip? Ancient Grudge is an interesting idea. I like Grudge. Grudge is grindy, but I prefer the flexibility. Well, Grudge is sweet though. I mean, in Modern you generally see more artifacts than you will enchantments, just by nature. Point is, Anticipate's only better if you're stuck on 2 land types a lot, which would seem unlikely. Well, I think people just like the idea of Worldly Council. Yeah, I'd try some. We could even play the OG. The OG councils, so they'd match my Metalik. Yeah, yeah. No, it is upside. I mean, you get to look a little bit deeper. Yeah. I think I want to get the breeding pool. Right, White Sonic? True. Truth. I mean, Wear Tear also hits Eidolon against Burn. Not that I bring it all, you know, but if there was nothing else to run, I would. Yeah, like I could see trimming on souls and then maybe get in like an Electrolyze or, you know, something spicy. Or like a Vendilion Click, I don't know. What's a neat 3-drop? Not that we have to curve, but I like the idea of curving. There's Amulet. Okay. See, this is still a board state I'd rather have Ancient Grudge, right? Well, no. Relic would beat it. So I guess the Wear Tear would be sweet here. Wear and Tear. Well, Tear and Wear. Yeah, we could get some Worldly Councils. This could be fun. No, we can't Justice because of Leyline, that's true. Things like Leyline, Eidolon, Ad Nauseam's Phyrexian on life. Yeah. Let's get one more blue source for Cryptic. Got it. So we've played 2 out of 10 mountains if we play the mountain. I mean, I kind of want him to think Cryptic, so let's just play the mountain even though we drew Foundry. Now, if we play Foundry, we will have played 3 out of... We will have played 3 out of 10 mountains. You want to leave in 6 mountains. So we can play the Foundry and then even one more mountain beyond that, and it won't hurt us. But once you start playing more than that, it will hurt us. Like something like Venser? Like a Venser? Okay. Venser's interesting. Yeah, maybe we don't have to curve. I mean, I prefer to curve, but we don't have to. Although Electrolyze is one of my all-time favorites, so... Like Venser here, more than Cryptic, call me crazy. You're not crazy, Graveyard. It's hard to pull off triple blue in a 4-color deck. It's very greedy of us. We have had problems. Oh man, the sun's up. Alright, this is the last game, guys. This is the last match then. I literally see the sun coming through my window because it's 6:36. And I have things I have to do tomorrow. This is going to be miserable. I mean, I miss streaming for you guys. You know, I do. And I couldn't really do a Sunday stream because of my exam I had to turn in. Alright, so we use tutoring, pact negation. Okay, sure. He's having trouble hitting his land drops though, isn't he? Interesting. There's a Valakut. I will get some sleep. I'm sorry, Rome. Have some of you guys are my morning crew. Have you guys seen that I have the new sub button, so to speak, the Game Wisp button? When you guys sub to me through Game Wisp, I'll brew your not this list, but the previous list we were messing around with started as a brew that a viewer had input. So our friend Balls McGee had submitted his list. And we were brewing that, and that was the Walker's list, so I need to check this off. Yeah, thank you so much, Balls McGee. That was a sweet list. And also, guys, when you guys resub, I also do another brew session with your ideas. So it's give or take. His went a little over. Give or take, I try to give an hour brew session, if not more, time. Certainly not less. It's always going to be an hour or more. Damn, now Shiv's only about 18 damage at max. Yes. Is it though? I thought with double Valakut and 6 mountains still in the deck, we can deal 36 Villipede. We still have 6 mountains inside the deck. Summoner's Pact, okay. Unless my opponent plays something that puts triggers on the stack, I can't kill the Azusa. Yeah, now we can. Just can't scape shift at 6. No. You scape. The beginning of the scape shifting happens at 7. Mikator, does it not? Because you need Valakut to see 6 mountains. So I thought scape shifting begins at 7. Yeah. The math is 7 for 18. Jeez, we trust Staticaster. It's 7 for 7. Single Valakut is 18 damage. Double Valakut, 6 mountains. This will slow him down. The Summoner's Pact. Oh, you meant 6 mountains. Oh, okay. I'm with you. That makes perfect sense. But no, this leyline is putting a damper on us, and if leyline is becoming popular again in Modern, we'll definitely have to reallocate some resources to fight it. Like a wear tear, like somebody was suggesting. Wear tear is flexible. I like it. Alright, so there's the shift. So, I mean, like, at this point, it's like we have to draw Cryptic, and then we'll have to, like, counterbalance the ley line, and then scape shift on 8 lands, which is hard to do. We have to make 2 more land drops. It's going to be rough. We're coming in close. It sucks I can't even use my Justice. The Anger doesn't line up great. I thought he might have a sideboard plan of Kitchen Finks, and that's not the case. But I am excited about the list. This list is a lot of fun. Before next stream, I'll try to get my hands on some of these Worldly Councils, and we can try this. This will probably be smoother. I still want to make these meta card calls, though. Like, I feel like these do really line up well against Death Shadow, but maybe the fact that they don't line up against a lot of the rest of the field means that we can't run too many of them, or if we do run them, they have to be in the sideboard, you know? Because they really are quite powerful against that deck. But anyway, alright, Sigarda. Okay. More hexproof for my opponent. I mean, we can path the Sigarda, but there are lots of other things we'd like to be able to path. Zuza, okay. Zuza with hexproof. There goes my boat. Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what we draw before I decide to just snap off this path on the Sigarda. Speaking of which, we do a snap. Okay, so we actually can get the full value out of this snap here if we want to, because the relics tap down, unless they have the Simian Spirit Guide. Not that I want to, like, path here, but we could. Still don't think that's the right play. But it might be, I mean... Just sucks that we're not going to have the path for the Titan if I do that play. Wish there was a way I could anger, or, like, get the Staticaster into that somehow, or use the Justice somehow. Like, Justice plus Anger would be great here, but you're right, due to Leyline I can't. Right? Yeah, it does say target opponent gains. So unless there's like a bug on Moto, this shouldn't work because it's going to ask me to target opponents. Oops. I would just do all the damage to the Sigarda. That would be cheaty face if it worked, right? Oh my gosh, it works. It's not supposed to. What? Well, screenshot. We're not supposed to be able to do that, because it does have... Right? It does say target opponent. Like, there's a period and then it says target opponent gains. Judge! Judge. Good thing this is a practice game, right? Guys, he can get back his tickets. We're just playing in the tournament practice room. Is this a real thing or what? There's a period, and then it says target opponent gains. There is no targetable opponent here. Minimum says true, or true. This shouldn't work. Okay. And we just totally cheaty faced our way into a win here. Then. Actually, you know what? Am I supposed to just hold up the path here, or am I supposed to anger the Azusa away? I think I'm supposed to actually hold up the path. He's only got 2 cards in his hand. Yeah, that shouldn't have worked. I agree. That should not have been a thing. Anger would be better. I don't know, but he's not getting much value out of the Azusa anymore. He's played most of his lands. Swag Tusk. Okay. to go to the rulings. I don't think it should work because it's kind of like gifts ungiven, isn't it? In that scenario. So I guess I am just angering, or what? Isn't he gonna pack that though? Well, okay. Here's another play we could make. I could path Tusk. He goes to or doesn't care. Okay. Yep, that's the issue with that. Anger to wipe the board. He pacts in response. Doesn't care. Okay. Okay. He totally has a blue pact in hand, though. He's played the green pact. Okay, this is Zuza got played. These all got played. Okay, so he's cracking the relic. Well, now our Snapcaster's turned back on. Or he may have just drawn another relic last turn and decided not to play it yet. Actually, do we have Stony Silence in this sideboard? We really should. Okay, we do. I was going to say, because we're not... The rest in pieces do have anti-synergy with some of our cards. We need to be aware of that. I'd like to answer the Sakura Tribe with the Staticaster. Win by time. Another leyline? Sure. Yeah, it certainly looks that way. I mean, what's funny is we could use Scapeshift as a way to machine gun down his board, too. I mean, like, it does have that weird flexibility. You know? Speaking of which, do an island. Alright, so we'll toast the Sakura. That's kind of free. We should do it before he gets to untap with it. Oops, mistake. Did not mean to wait. Yeah, I didn't mean to wait. Are there other threats in this matchup that the is it Staticaster gets to kill? I did mean to do that. I did mean to do it during my end step. So his hand still is a pact, right? Another Tribe Scout, sure. Hey, that's value. We got to kill 2 cards with 1. Okay, it's value. It's value. I guess if we get leylined out, we can always try to win on time and just use Scapeshift as a board sweeper. Hurry, hurry, Snapcaster beats. Am I playing against a Twitch buddy? I have no idea. He didn't say anything to me, so I'm assuming not. Whoa! Engineered yeah, it's fine, you can have it. That's most of the creatures the Staticaster is going to kill in this matchup anyway, right? Even Helix Face. Glenn is good. Give me some of that. But yeah, like the Rest in Peace has non-bows with Snapcaster. We're a pretty heavy Snapcaster deck. The Rest in Peace also doesn't work well with the Glenn, Alundra Archmage. What else doesn't not work well with? It doesn't work well with my Logic Knot. So, I mean, is there a different graveyard hate card we could look into that doesn't screw us as much? I mean, let's see. What about Graph Diggers? Graph Diggers would still turn off Snapcaster, but does it turn off my other stuff? I don't think so. And there's a lot of company being played again, like Abzan Company, Abzan Coco Cabana, you know, Chord Company is back in a pretty major way. So maybe Graph Diggers is where we want to go. After cheating the Fiery, you're trying to cheat Helix. Okay, Zymus says... It's because you can target the opponent as part of the first effect, and poor programming means it doesn't test for the second effect.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for the follow. D-Mac, appreciate you. Moto never asked me to choose an opponent on the card. It just resolved. It just basically... did the damage. So this last card is packed, right? So this is Raman's not going to work? Yes? No? Yes? But we have Glenn to fight the pact. Drew a verdict. Yeah, Moto didn't ask us to choose a target with the Fiery Justice. It just went off. Now, normally it asks us, though, Menomalo. Menomina. You know what I'm trying to say. Normally it asks me, you know. Anyway. Normally we get asked. You know. It's asked us in the past for... I was just doing it just to see what would happen. It wasn't that we were, you know... Obviously, if this were for prize or sanctioned or whatever you want to call it, that would be a big to-do. That would be a big deal. Oh, man, we have the Snapper Man play, too. With the Glenn backup. Oh. Yeah, the Glenn is sweet in this deck. Isn't Shift a kill here? He's got Leyline of Sanctity. Shift would not do it. Alright, we got there. Yeah, shift would not do it because the opponent has Leylines of Sanctity. Plural. So what are some changes we can make? Yeah, we trimmed on the Alliances and the Justices. I think those are sweet, but they're also just a meta call. Also, there's a lot of Lingering Souls being played, so like Electrolyze and Justice lines up well against those, so that's cool. Now, don't get me wrong, we have to make up those points of damage later down the line. Thankfully, we're a Jeskai shell, so Bolts and Helixes should be able to help us get those last points across. Graveyard says try a Venser over Cryptic. So, like, cut a Cryptic and try a Venser? Okay. Alright, sure. I have a Venser. I'm down. It's also easier on our mana, slightly. Okay, I'll try a Venser. It's interesting. I mean, what about a Vendilion Click? Is that weird? I think it's a fine sideboard card. I mean, why don't we make some choices here? So we haven't used the Anger yet, although we haven't faced down... I feel like the Rest in Pieces are awkward. Because we're using our graveyard quite a bit. This is a lot of artifact hate. Like a lot. Maybe too much. Yeah, what about Crocus the Venser? I like the Stonies. We're not using we're not using any artifacts at all. You could argue that we're supposed to be using an engineered explosives ourselves. You imagine the Vendilion is greedy? Might be. Try Graph Diggers. Okay. Try Karanos. So let's cut the Rest in Pieces and try Graph Diggers or two. Thrun seems meh in this deck. Okay. It was a Huntmaster. Actually, it was a Baloth, and then the Baloth became a Huntmaster of the Fells, and then the Huntmaster of the Fells became Thrun. And I'm in agreement. I'm not impressed with it. Big mystery. I would be in agreement. Like, okay, so like, what are things we can search up with the I kind of want to look at. Oh, that's a bugged Stony Silence. Great. Well, he's staying put. Thrun would have been better when Jeskai control was huge. Maybe a Finks or two, says Rome. Maybe. Again, like we've got snaps, so I kind of want to stick to. Although then again, Graph Digger's is moving away from that, but I think Graph Dig is good right now. Maybe you run two of them even. Anger's getting better again. Yeah, I think a tutorable Anger's fine. We've also got a tutorable Verdict, a tutorable Timely, a tutorable Purge, a tutorable Crumble, a tutorable Shatterstorm, and a tutorable Click, and like we've got about 7, and then these don't really want to be tutored. Well, super. That's why we're on the Justices, because Justice is a house versus Death Shadow decks. Blessed Alliance is decent against them, but Justice is really the awesome card. Anyway, so yeah, then these would be the cards that are not really usable with the Cage messes with Snap. Yeah, it also does screw over the Glen. I mean, are there some other... I mean, you could run Relic. We could run Relic of Progenitus. Now, Graph Diggers also has the benefit of screwing over Collected Company. How good have the Spell Snares been? They've been pretty hit or miss. You know? Depends on the match. They have their place, but yeah, I mean, sometimes they are pretty terrible. That matchup, they were awful because they had no targets. Yeah, cages are awkward for Archmage and Snapcaster, whereas Relic we could at least control a little bit of what's going on. If you want to go really deep, you could run like a Slaughter Games or something. There's only a couple matchups off the top of my head, though, that I could think of that the Slaughter Games would be hilarious and powerful and neat. And then we actually have no way to cast it anyway, so... But then, like, you could, like, be, you know, like, hurt the mana base even more and run a Singleton Black Source, like a Watery Grave, and then it would make the, it makes the Worldly Councils a small smidge of a percentage stronger. But, again, that's really small. And actually, I'm missing a Stomping Grounds. I actually was thinking of going to 26 land. Run a Jace. Go 5 color, Leyline of the Void. What about a Surgical? Yeah, you could run a Surgical. Gives me something to tutor up with, although that'd be kind of a weird board state where, like, literally what we search up is a Surgical. Don't make mana worse for Council. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we can run Surgical with or without. Will the Council even be good? We're not sure. What about Matcap into Empyrean? You know what, Ray? I would have been down for that not too long ago. The place I'm trying Platinum Empyrean... Well, I'm actually not even trying Platinum Empyrean anymore, Ray. I'm trying Platinum Angel in Ad Nauseam with Experiment as a sideboard plan. That gives us another tutorable. So these are all the probably wooden tutor-ups, and then these are the wood. I mean, I think Engineered Explosives is also just really flexible. Yes, I know it has anti-synergy with Stony, but Stony is just such a powerful sideboard card. Somebody even suggested running Scavenging Ooze. That would work for a traditional Scapeshift. We're actually not that green. Green is our splash. We're actually a Jeskai deck that's splashing into the... we're trying to splash into the green. Nice pick is Engineered. It will usually be anticipating very often Impulse. Yeah. So I could see a 26 land being a thing because we're having trouble. Do you want to put a Colonnade in this thing? I don't think so. What was the land we were talking about? A second breeding pool, right? We said second breeding pool, perhaps? Second breeding pool turns on when we have to naturally cast the Scape Ships a little bit better, but also helps our Cryptics and our Fencers and our Snaps and our... I think it's a blue source. Whether it's the third island or the second breeding pool, I'm not sure. Or it's another fetch land. You know, it's either fetch... It's probably breeding pool. We're running 7 fetches right now. Ironblood says try Flooded Grove. Thing about Flooded Grove is like we have like these red cards in the sideboard. It's like I have just as many red, and then we have a white card, so it's like I have just as many. Like we know our filter land should be blue, but is it supposed to be? Like honestly, Cascade Bluffs makes sense to me because we've got reds, you know. But just run another Scalding Tarn. We've already got 4. Maybe the 4th Flooded Strand. I'd go another island or a filter. Yeah, I'm thinking of a filter land. I just don't know which filter. Right. We've got double white, double green, double red. And I kind of want whatever filter we go with to filter into Fiery Justice. There's not many that would. Well, there's no filter land that would filter into Justice but also be Cryptic, right? If we run a filter, we'd have to cut a basic. See, I don't know if I'm for that. I think it's just the second breeding pool, to be honest with you guys. I think filter lands are really good for 3-color decks. I think filter lands kind of start to fall short once you get into 4-color territory. And it's not helping our Worldly Council. Like every filter land we run, like every land that we run, like the Valakutes don't help Worldly. Our basics aren't really helping Worldly, although I like the ability to path a Snapcaster that's getting removal spelled anyway into you know, or let's say we're up against an opponent that doesn't have targets for path. We can still path a Snapcaster, kind of build your own Sakura Tribe Elder. I think it's supposed to be the second breeding pool. Yeah. Breeding pool, just so we have more forest. Because like forest is the splash. If we want the Worldly Council to happen more often, we need more forests in the deck. That's what we're skipping on the most, right? I mean, if we were to break down the mana base, it's like... I mean, is 7 fetches correct? I don't know. But yeah, it's like... You know, like if we were to do... I mean, doing a split here to check the Worldly is a lot. That's a new card potentially for us. So it's like... How many forests? You know, it's like 5, right? 5 forests. Okay. And then how many plains? Only 5 plains. Yeah, so only 5 plains, only 5 forests. Islands are doing fine on. We're always going to have island for... Well, you have to have island to cast it. So we're not even going to talk about island. Let's talk about mountain. Mountain's also overkill. You know. Yeah, it should be an escape ship deck. So we'll definitely have... You know, we had 10 for that, and then for island, we're looking at a nice, healthy... This is bug now. Great. What's my island count? It's like 9. It's almost as good as our mountain count. This whole row is bugging. No, we're not gonna go for Mana Confluence. I don't think super, but it's a fine suggestion. I think we just wanna... If I'm not gonna run the Serum Visions, we should just have the 26 land because we're gonna have to just naturally play it out. That's mana for reacting to the opponent's board instead. That's kind of my main criticism for Serum. I think Serum has good matches and bad matches. It does good things to the deck. It also does bad things. I think Escape Ship is part of that exception where it actually does things to the deck that you don't want. Prismatic Omen. Yeah, there you go, Ironblood. I really want to play one more game with this deck, but it's 7 o'clock in the morning, so I'm going to go to bed, guys. It's been a real pleasure streaming for you guys. Please look into... I'm not asking you to tonight if you're interested, but please look into it. Oh, where's the Logic Knot? There it is. I was like, we have one more card there. Look into it. It's kind of a cool program. It's not your typical Twitch subscription, so it is different. It's definitely different. Tonight, this was the Walkers list we started with, so if you missed it, it was really sweet. It was like Walkers and to deploy the Gatewatch. A lot of fun. I'll go ahead and link that. That was Balls McGee's list that we played and tweaked around, and then we ended up on trying to brew with Fiery Justice. I think Fiery Justice has merit Fiery Justice, of course, lines up really well against the Death Shadow deck that just kind of debuted, so we're going to see how we like it. That's actually the only reason I'm on this deck, is I wanted to brew around. I've always wanted to brew around Justice, and now we have an excuse to, because there's a real presence, a real deck that it can 2-for-1 essentially. You get to kill a Death Shadow, maybe you kill a 4/5 Goyf at the same time. Yeah, just run Lotus. Yeah, I wish. I mean, earlier tonight we got to crumble a Tron player, so I mean, you know, this deck's doing some cool stuff. But the splash is definitely green, no doubt about it. And yeah, like trimming a cryptic makes the mana baseable. You know, we'll try the Venser. It's cute, but I'll give it a shot. But I'm a Tron player. Well, it wasn't you that I crumbled. It's some other guy. Relax. Yeah, I'll screenshot this too if you want to play it. It's a lot of fun. I like this. I like this style of deck a lot. I've always liked Jeskai shells and doing interesting things with them. I've tried everything, you know, with Jeskai. I've tried everything from Brain to Nahiri to Teachings to Kiki Angel to... I've tried a lot of different things. This one's working pretty well. I think it's very powerful that it's able to kill from a Scapeshift perspective, or from the Scapeshift vantage point, but also T-Fate says, oh, we're trying to brew around Fiery Justice because of the Death Shadow deck, T-Fate. If you look at the graphs, it's very obvious that people are picking them up and trying to play them. Like, yep, it's gone up even higher. It was like here last we looked, and now it's up to here. Yeah. If you want to play the Death Shadow deck and you didn't already have your shadows, you need to grab them now. Because people are flocking to the deck. What about Ray of Revelation? I don't think I would run a Ray of Revelation, Big Mystery, but we are in the colors to flash it back. Enchantments just don't have as much of a presence. Like, I'd rather answer Blood Moon with a Celestial Purge or a Wear Tear. What about Merfolk? Merfolk's sweet. Merfolk also might have trouble with some of these. I mean, we got Paths and Bolts, and then we've got some of these plays, and then we got like a Verdict. And I feel like we'd be okay against Fish. Anyways, I'm going to host another streamer, so give them your full attention because I'm sure they're going to be awesome. Appreciate you guys coming to see my stream today and this morning. It was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun brewing with you guys. I know we did a lot of theory, but that's going to happen when I have you guys send in these brews. Seriously, if you haven't had a chance to consider a Game Wisp subscription, please do. It's cool. I really am doing my best to keep up with fulfilling the benefits of my subscribers. So far we got 4 benefits. I'm going to try to add to that list in the future, but right now you get a brew session with me. You get an hour or so brew session, always at least an hour if not longer. Sometimes the deck is just so darn interesting, or it's going somewhere so interesting that I just don't stop. You also get your own custom bot command or emote on the channel. Not the kind of emote you're thinking of, but we do things differently here. The kind of emote I'm talking about is like this. This was Bill Nye the CSI Guy's emote. He requested that. You get to join my friends list so we can hang out after stream. That's on Moto, Battle.net, and I'm going to be adding my Steam account to that soon. And you get your name in the sub panel, so you get my appreciation. So yeah, the brew session by far has been the thing that people want the most. This is the one we fulfilled tonight. And when you guys resubscribe with me, I'd let you submit another deck list. I think he already told me he was resubbing. Yeah, so this just really helps me keep track. I've caught up to most of these. These 5 people haven't submitted a list yet. Now, mods. One of the cool things about if we did make another tier where we would play your list or the list that we brewed together in a league. The cool thing about that is I would get 5 more. I would get 5 sub keys. I'm going to host David. I would get 5 sub keys. So mods, that's something we need to meet about and talk about in the Discord. But anyways, I'll see you guys on the next Brew Spy the Magic Guy. Say hello to Dave for me, because he's an awesome person.